Every time the players close, If I were the devil, if I were the devil, if I were the prince of darkness, I'd want to engulf the whole world in darkness. And I'd have a third of its real estate and 4/5 of its population, but I wouldn't be happy until I had seized the ripest apple on the tree. So I set about, however necessary, to take over the United States. I'd subvert the churches first. I'd begin with a campaign of whispers. With the wisdom of a serpent, I would whisper to you as I whispered to Eve. Do as you please. To the young, I would whisper that the Bible is a myth. I would convince them that man created God instead of the other way around. I would confide that what's bad is good and what's good is square. And the old I would teach to pray after me, Our Father, which art in Washington. And then I'd get organized. I'd educate authors in how to make lurid literature exciting so that anything else would appear dull and uninteresting. I'd threaten TV with dirtier movies and vice versa. I'd peddle narcotics to whom I could. I'd sell alcohol to ladies and gentlemen of distinction. I'd tranquilize the rest with pills. If I were the devil, I'd soon have families at war with themselves, churches at war with themselves, and nations at war with themselves. Until each in its turn was consumed. And with promises of higher ratings, I'd have mesmerizing media fanning the flame. If I were the devil, I would encourage schools to refine young intellects. But neglect to discipline emotions, just let those run wild. Until before you knew it, you'd have to have drug-sniffing dogs and metal detectors at every schoolhouse door. Within a decade, I'd have prisons overflowing. I'd have judges promoting pornography. Soon I could evict God from the courthouse, then from the schoolhouse, and then from the houses of Congress. And in his own churches, I would substitute psychology for religion and deify science. I would lure priests and pastors into misusing boys and girls and church money. If I were the devil, I'd make the symbol of Easter an egg and the symbol of Christmas a bottle. If I were the devil, I'd take from those who have and give to those who want it until I had killed the incentive of the ambitious. What'll you bet? I could get whole states to promote gambling as the way to get rich. I would caution against extremes in hard work, in patriotism, in moral conduct. I would convince the young that marriage is old-fashioned, that swinging is more fun, that what you see on TV is the way to be. And thus I could undress you in public, and I could lure you into bed with diseases for which there is no cure. In other words, if I were the devil, well, I'd just keep right on doing what he's doing. All right. We're the devil. If I were the devil. If I were the devil.
All right. I heard that this morning. Came down my feed, and I said, I need to play that thing. So I found it where Akira the Don produced that song with a little music accompaniment. So I thought that was cool. So good morning, folks. Welcome to the front porch. We're just hanging around talking about what's going on where you are. That's what we're looking for. If you got something going on locally that nobody knows about, we'd love to hear about it. And we allow folks to talk without interruption. We ask you, if someone is speaking, please do not interrupt them. Raise your hand to speak. The host will call on you. We generally go in order, unless there are some people that they listen to us as they're working, and we know that they're pressed for time, so we may give them priority. But that's just kind of the way we work. So, but appreciate y'all being here this morning. Janet, you said something about going live? So what did you do, darling?
Well, I am airing this on my YouTube channel.
Live. Well, we're live on YouTube.
So I didn't do it live on X because I want people to come to your space and not join my live stream. So there you go. Cool. But I did put something down in the bubble. It's wonderful video, and I'm going to play it tonight on the Friday Night Shit Show. It's a video from Trump's trip to England, and it's a reporter asking him about how proud he is to be president that's not afraid to say he's a Christian, and that he's not embarrassed about it. And then she asked their prime minister the same question about their country, and it's awesome. You guys, everyone should watch that when you get a chance. It's down in the bubble.
Yeah, if you're also looking at, now guys, if you're new to this Spaces stuff, I don't know who is, but if you are, the bubble chat is down at the bottom right, and generally it's purple when you have not read everything in it. But if you have seen everything in it, it'll stay white. At least it does on mine, if you got the latest updates. So that's the way that works. And it's just like a tweet. You just, pop stuff in there. And, if it's something that you think everybody would like to read, then throw it in there. And then we try to keep things out of the nest. We feel like the nest may inhibit the space activity. So we only put certain things in the nest, maybe things we're talking about. So we don't worry about your topic so much. Of course, we try to stay away from reparations, and I just don't see any point in that. But anyway, we have lively discussion. If your opinion is different than what's being discussed, we'd love to hear it. We like open debate, and just be courteous and respect others, because they're going to respect you. And that's kind of how we work here on the front porch. We appreciate y'all being in. Fed up? How's everything in North Carolina?
Well, it's going. Dealing with some of the same old crap. The rhinos in full control here, and our Democrat governor. But we're still working on our Senate race that's looking to probably be Watley, unfortunately. So just another probably be Tom Tillis 2.0. But so don't have a whole lot of hope, unfortunately, of getting a good senator from here. But it's kind of sad because our ex-governor Cooper's getting in the race and has so much influence and power here. Sadly, we're almost going to need somebody with Watley's name recognition to fight him. And Watley, is going to be probably not great, but he's going to be way better than, as my wife calls him, Pooper Scooper Cooper. So, I think we're going to end up in the status quo again for another 6 years with Tillis's replacement. But like I said, sadly, that's an upgrade versus Cooper is a leftist version of Bill Clinton. You know how Bill Clinton got away with a lot because he had that Southern slickster capability. Well, Cooper's the same way, but left of Bill Clinton. So he's a real good used car salesman. But no, I was actually just going back. I've been watching a little bit of Glenn Beck hosted Charlie Kirk's show yesterday, and paid probably the biggest honor to him he could have, because Glenn has Rush's EIB microphone. Rush's widow gave it to Glenn, and Glenn brought it with him and set it in front of Charlie's microphone while he was he came and hosted in Charlie's studio and put Rush's microphone in front of Charlie's as a tribute, which in conservative circles, I don't know if there's a bigger tribute than that. If you're honoring somebody through Rush Limbaugh, because that's, especially if you're in broadcasting, because I mean, Rush is Rush. I mean, you know, there is not a bigger, more respected person in conservative broadcasting in history than Rush Limbaugh. So I thought that was pretty tremendous. TPUSA officially and unanimously naming Erica, chairman, which was Charlie's wishes from what we're hearing. Because and shows they are the people that Charlie brought in are good, honorable people like him. They didn't, because you never know when stuff like this happens. You sometimes have a person in there that tries to use that to take power, especially as big as TPSA's gotten. Look at what happened to James O'Keefe over at O'Keefe Media Group. Or at his original one, and what happened with it. So, so that was very good and heartening to see. Kimmel getting the axe, and amazingly, speaking of local, the fact that Sinclair Broadcasting came out, because Sinclair Broadcasting, owns tons of affiliates. Well, they own my local. They own the ABC affiliate up in Asheville, WLOS, which is super left. I mean, they're practically radical sometimes. And to see Sinclair come out and be like, yeah, that's not even good enough for us. And that, they won't do or air anything dealing with Jimmy Kimmel at all unless he comes out and apologizes. And they had a list of things. And now there's a second group, Next Star, that's come out and said basically the same thing. So, because ABC, that everybody keeps running around saying ABC's fired him. No, they did the lazy thing. He's suspended indefinitely, which means they left the door open to bring him back. And then I doubt,
so they're probably still paying him.
It could be. This could be some contract bullshit. Who knows? It's like, but yeah. So I don't think, a bunch of people are running around howling because Brendan Carr, the FCC director, came out and said some stuff, but they weren't real happy with that, which I'm not particularly a fan. I don't think the FCC should get involved in something like this personally, but I don't think it would have taken that, because ABC's been probably looking for a way to get out. I mean, his ratings have been sinking, just like Colbert. His ratings have been sinking. He's been, I don't think that show's making money. And I'll end on this. You can get over to Susie. And somebody did. I'm glad somebody remembered to put this out. For anybody that feels sorry for Jimmy Kimmel, which anybody in this room is, he fired his announcer of 20 years, who had been working with him on various things for 20 years, because the guy wouldn't take the COVID jab. So don't feel sorry. He deserved. I love the new term, accountability culture. It's not cancel culture. It's accountability culture.
Yeah, I'm with you. Before we go to Susie, we've got a post from the Governor Newsom press office, whatever that is. And it says, Fox must suspend garbage Greg Gutfeld ASAP. Not only does he need a fake laugh track, of course, there's no audience, guys. He makes things up, is not funny, and gets so easily triggered. Oh, my goodness. When Jessica, just the facts, Tarlove, she constantly lies, Fox should suspend him immediately. sending the News Nation where his jokes belong with the other failures. That's Next Star, which is the upcoming channel. They're buying channels right now. Ratings crashing, people begging for it to stop, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, Governor Newsom. So, Susie, good morning, girl. What's up?
Well, good morning. Good morning. I saw today, do you all know who Jelly Roll is? Anybody?
Hey, he's a
Well,
rapper, isn't he? Or a singer? Singer, maybe?
yeah. So he very early on, I mean, he spent a lot of time in jail. He's all tatted up, even on his face. Was abusing drugs. I mean, just had, and at some point he had a come to Jesus moment, and he's now a cussing Christian because he doesn't watch his mouth at all. But I find some of his music really pretty awesome. He's at the Vatican meeting the Pope. Is that wild? That is absolutely wild. And I'm fed up. There's a North Carolinian GOP who, I don't know, she displayed like a, a, the head of, like, I don't know, decapitated head or something of Trump. And I don't remember what her name is now. I guess they're calling for her resignation. But anyway, Jelly Roll at the Vatican. Wow.
Yeah, cool stuff. Cool stuff. All right. Janet, what you got, darling?
Yeah, I was just going to respond to the earlier comments and Susie. Jelly Roll has recently lost lots of weight due to his new relationship with his new wife and everything. Well, they've been together for a little bit, but she's constantly trying to keep him up to make him realize that he is the owner of his own castle, basically, and that what happens to our bodies, mostly when it comes to what we eat and what we partake in, whether we want to be a Christian, change our souls, all those things is all on us. And I'm loving this new culture, which isn't cancel culture, is making people, own up to what they say and the effects that it has. Because for years, remember, they've been saying how our rhetoric is damaging people because we tell someone they're not a cat or they're not really a man or they're not really a woman, how hurtful and horrible we were and made us Nazis, basically. So for us to start really seeing people actually standing up and defending their point of view, because you have the right to do that, and holding them accountable for all the things they say is great. I'm loving the direction our country's going in, and I hope it keeps going. And, everybody stand up for your beliefs. That's all I want to add. Thank you.
All right. Go ahead, Susie.
Well, I think it's fed up.
Oh, yeah, fed up. I'm sorry. I missed it.
Okay, go ahead and go, Susie. I'll go after you.
Are you worried I might forget?
Yes.
Well, too late. I already did. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
Um, yeah, well, and it's nice to see this and the cussing Christian. So Susie, you and I have somebody we can be simpatico with, right? The cussing Christian. We've been known to let a few fly. But the the thing is, I love seeing this happening with a lot of these folks. I mean, we've seen the church numbers, after from almost every type of denomination, both Christians and Jews. And speaking of the Jews, I know something that I thought was hilarious that's now come out for any of the too far conspiracy theorists, and this thing has proved how far afield Candace Owens has gotten. When you lose Nick Fuentes, Nick Fuentes has now come out and been like, stop with the Israel was involved in Charlie's murder. Stop. There's no evidence. quit. And he even said, this is coming from me. You know, I mean, he is one of the most anti-Israel, it's the Jews people that you will see on broadcasting. And he's even like, no. And I will say I really appreciated the thing that he said after that. I've seen him on some clips off of a couple shows. Is stop, because you're also taking the spotlight off of the group who did this. You're taking the spotlight off of the radical left, the trans mafia, and figuring out the money behind the indoctrination campaigns that's doing this to these kids. You know, and so I thought that was very interesting, and it really showed how far afield that is. Because I mean, I've seen quite a list of people that are very, from him who's, you know, goes the whole way to the Jews, you know, to the people that are very critical of Israel's government, who have come out and been like, no, stop. Because Max Blumenthal said that on his interview with Alex. Everybody at InfoWars is saying the same thing. That like, there's no there. There never was any there. And you know, so if you're on the opposite side of that, it's pretty telling that you've got an agenda, you know. So and it was funny. I went here. I was in, I forget what space I was in. Oh, I hopped into the pirate radio for a few minutes. Was listening last night, and the one guy that comes there, Don, I can't remember his last name. He's from One America Voice, I think, or something like that. But he comes in there and talk about a cussing Christian. I think he's Christian, but he was hotter than I mean, he was like a kicked hornet's nest. And he had just come from Diligent Space, and they were pushing that whole narrative in there, and he apparently blew up in there, and he came in and went on a whole tirade in pirate radio about it, calling that whole group of people out as grifters, and that they're trying to, you know, make money off of Charlie's death and all this other stuff. It was it was pretty. I've not heard somebody that mad on Spaces in a long time, and that's saying something.
Well, did they give him a voice? I mean, was he able to speak and not get like tossed?
He was, well, see, he knows, because he even said him and Diligent used to be friends.
Okay.
And so him, because his broadcast platform, you know, that's the type of people they'll let. But yeah, he apparently had a few choice words for them.
It could have been he came from Happy Hour, you know. So, there's no telling. Good stuff there. All right, maybe Susie remembers what she was gonna tell us.
Yeah, I do. So I think Jelly Roll's been married to his wife or been with her for quite a while. It's not a new relationship, but yeah, he's been losing weight, and you know, and his wife is just like gorgeous. I mean, and you know, not at all dressed like a Christian, one would think. You know, she's very provocatively dressed, let's just say. And she's just beautiful. Um, there is a thing going around that's, I guess, among some Christians has gone kind of viral. Uh, they're expecting the rapture on September 23rd of this year. That's next week sometime. You know, these things come and go a lot. And it's really disturbing because it's clearly an agenda to discourage people. Because, you know, that when it then doesn't happen, and we know it's not going to happen. You know, it's very clear in the Bible. I was listening to Julie Green this morning, and her whole thing was on this crazy thing that's been going around. But it's really meant to drive people away from Christianity, because then, you know, what's going to happen when it doesn't happen? Oh, they're going to get disappointed, and you know, blah blah blah, and it didn't happen, and you know, and it's so divisive. And it's clear when you read, different parts of the Bible that no man, not even Jesus, knows when the rapture will be. And so it's really quite divisive. And then I put something down in the bubble so that I wouldn't forget. Let me see if I can find it now. Tommy Robinson, one of the uh, reporters asked a question of Keir Starmer yesterday about freedom of speech and what's going on. People are being arrested for memes and opinions, and it's considered hate speech and blah blah blah. And he goes, "Oh no, not happening." He just went on and on about how they honor free speech. Well, Tommy Robinson put out some uh, statistics yesterday. Countries with the highest number of arrests for online comments in 2023. The United Kingdom, 12,183. Wow, really? Belarus, 6,205. Germany comes in third at 3,500. Even Germany lags behind the United Kingdom. They got problems, serious problems. So, when these people say these things and it's such a bold-faced lie, it's really disturbing. So I remembered all three things I wanted to say. Yay.
All right, that's good. I tell you, I ran into a video yesterday, I think it was, and what they're saying, Susie, is that I forget sometimes, and I do, but it's turmeric and vitamin C in hot water every day. It helps decrease inflammation, which they say that's causing probably part of the problem in the brain, kind of inflammation kind of thing. But turmeric, but it didn't say how much. I mean, do you put 10,000 vitamin C and a spoon? It didn't say. It didn't go to the proportions. Just kind of talked about that: hot water, turmeric, and vitamin C. And here's the thing: it said lemon for the vitamin C, but the video had lime squeezed. So I don't know, but anyway, great to know you kept those three lined up. Maybe that cup of coffee is helping things, so that's great. I did notice something before we go to Michael here. In an unprecedented move, the California legislature has passed a bill creating a news media subsidy program overseen by the governor. So he's got his own news channel, which media experts say will discourage news organizations from holding the government accountable and reduce press independence. A coalition of 3,000 newsrooms warned against giving the governor office power to pick winners and losers. I thought we got rid of USAID, and here it pops up in legislation in California. 10 million from the state this year, 10 million from Google. Imagine Google giving money to Gavin Newsom to be the mouthpiece. So anyway, I just thought that was cool. Go ahead there, Michael.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm on my way to drop off my son. And all right, so I think you need to ease up a little bit on the don't call out Israel. All right, they may not have pulled the trigger, but Israel is not our friend. Period. I don't care what anybody says. They may not have pulled the trigger, but do you realize how much influence they have over our media, over Hollywood, over everything that we have been fighting against? And they are the silent entity that's been funding all this stuff, including Soros and all this other stuff. They have all been working against the people of the United States. They have also been, for a long time, been working on a lot of back-end stuff to do evil throughout the world. Now, that is definite. And
Hey, Michael, just real quick to clarify.
wait,
I didn't say not to call out.
fed up, you're interrupting. So, what I want to say is, yes, they may not have pulled the trigger, but they are a bad entity, and we do not want to lose focus of that. And the first thing we need to do is ban AIPAC. We cannot have foreign entities giving our law, our Congress and other entities within our government money. We cannot have foreign influence, and AIPAC is foreign influence. Period. We shouldn't have any country giving our governments money. Period. So if there's other packs out there from Iran or Germany or any other country, we need to stop that ASAP. And AIPAC is the first that we need to stop. So with that being said, okay, I'm not going to say again that Israel pulled the trigger, but they are bad news. We cannot lose focus of that and give them a free ride because maybe we got it wrong this time or whatever. That's all I had. Thanks.
All right. Well, thank you there, Michael. And appreciate you bringing your wife into the ladies' night on the front porch on Wednesday evening. That was quite fun. We had a good time there. I'm going to go to Susie, and then we'll go to Janet.
Thank you. So the Senate, I guess they have this, we need to fix I guess, a continuing resolution on our budget or something. Anyway, it's being held up by Chucky Schumer. We all love him. And I would be sad if he dropped off the face of the earth. But because they want to, give benefits to illegals again. And, I just don't understand why we make a priority out of these people. I just do not. It's a problem. I think that's all.
Okie dokie. Go ahead, Janet.
I just want to let everybody know I put something else in the bubble down below. It says a bombshell revelation. Representative Tim Burchett has gone public with explosive allegations against his fellow lawmakers, accusing them of engaging in rampant insider trading. So he's trying to get Congress to pass a law to stop anybody that's in government, basically, from being able to do insider trading, because it's wrong. And we've been talking about this, I know, many times in your spaces for years about how wrong it is. They arrested, what was it, Martha Stewart, and put her in prison, but yet our congressmen and senators and all them could do it. How bullshit that was. So I remember us talking about that for a while, and it's nice to finally see it coming out in public for us to push. And the thing is just like what Fed Up and a few others were saying, is that no matter what our point of view is and what we believe is true or not, we have to be a little patient about letting our government do it, because as far as I can tell, this administration is listening to us for the first time in my lifetime that I've ever seen, that our government is listening to what the people are asking for. It's been a struggle for them because there's so much corruption, but each day I'm seeing a new crack in the armor, as Susie always says, and we're doing it. It's us. Our voices are finally being heard, and we're starting to see a change leaning in our direction. So we just have to have faith in that, and hopefully, like Michael, the way he feels, if he keeps sharing it and he's sharing his point of view, but also showing facts with it, people are going to start listening. But that's the only way we can win. We have to back what we say with factual evidence. And once we do that, more and more people that aren't quite on our side will listen. Even if they don't change their total perspective, if they're listening and we're having dialogue, just like Charlie Kirk always tried to do, we will get our point across and more people will open their eyes. That's all I wanted to add. Thank you for letting me speak.
All right. Go ahead, Fed Up. Fed Up, you with us? I wonder if we lost him.
Yeah, you know, American, I didn't hear Susie at all. And
well,
you know,
Michael, go down and come back up. I'll give you Mike. Go down and come back up.
All right.
Michael's driving, so that makes sense that he might fall. Yeah, there we go.
Hey, American, I had to take another call.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I was just about to come to you about the FEMA camp, but that's cool. I've got something. So yeah, hurry back when you can.
No. I'm already done with the call.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah, I mean, people are wrapping things up here. Leaves are starting to change, so
is everybody leaving?
They have to.
Oh, you're out by the end of the month, maybe?
No, it's not a maybe. So they have to turn off the water. That people don't understand. And like, if you have a sprinkler system on your lawn up here, you have to, purge it out because it's all going to freeze. Now there are some, expensive trailers that they're rated like below zero with the piping. They insulate the pipe, but there's very few RV camps that will heat their water to deliver it to you. That's the only way that they can keep the water from freezing.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah,
unless they can't even bury it deep enough for it not to freeze, can they?
Not really. I mean, when it gets down to like 20 and 30 below, I mean, you're talking about you'd have to bury it pretty deep. That's kind of expensive. And then also the your sewage system. I mean, so what RVs have is they have a plastic hose that's connected to your rig, and then it flows into a container, like a septic system, and then that flows into a main one, and then the guy will come by once a week, and on a little trailer and a big plastic container, and he sucks all that. Well, you know what he's sucking out, right?
Oh yeah.
So they can't do that in the winter. All that stuff freezes. They have to clean all this stuff out. So
yeah,
in the spring, you're not dealing with just crap. You know what I mean?
So if you had a structure around you, it might be okay if you held off, I guess, emptying your septic system or whatever.
Well, a lot of rigs that they sell them skirts, and you can put that around where it goes all the way down to the ground, and you can attach it to the ground, but it's more like a wind skirt. It's not like heavily insulated, heated padding that goes around it. So, I mean, just think of how much electricity. Some people run their heating off propane, but some people run it off electric. So yeah, they shut the water down, the electric, and so people, the camps open from Memorial Day until October 30th. So that's what the deal is. So while I was on the phone, did you talk about what happened yesterday? Actually, it was probably the night before, about Boone Cutler.
Boone Cutler. Haven't heard that name today.
Does anybody know who Boone was?
Boone Cutler. I've heard the name before somewhere.
Yeah, he's connected to General Flynn, and they wrote that 5G book, 5G warfare, fifth generation. Yeah.
Okay, so
Tech, I guess.
So Boone is to Flynn like Scavino is to Trump. So Boone died of a heart attack yesterday at 43. And now what he was doing, he hosted a radio show called Tipping Point, and he came up with a foundation for veterans called the Spartan Pledge. And they actually got and made a sword from the metal from 9/11. They had some steel from 9/11. They made a sword, and they would take this pledge that they would not commit suicide. And because it's been like 100,000 soldiers that have committed suicide. So, yeah, everybody was kind of freaked out yesterday because of, of course you didn't expect it, that at 43, but he was a sergeant in the 82nd Airborne Division, and he served in Iraq from 05 to 06. He was injured in a blast. He did his recovery at Walter Reed, and it took him 2 years to recover. And so he evidently he's gone to Valhalla with Charlie. So I thought you guys maybe talked about. Thanks.
Okay. No, we have not. That's a new one. So thank you for bringing that up. Janet, and then we'll go to Michael.
I was just going to ask when we have a lull, if you'll open up that that interview with Trump about his religion and being open about it, being a Christian as president of the United States.
I hadn't seen that one. Have you got it?
I will share it with you it's on in the bubble down below, but I'll send it to you in the DM.
It's in the bubble. That's fine.
Yeah, so that you can play it, because it'll sound better coming from your straight from your mic. But it's really, really, really good and eye-opening. And if they could see the video and see Trump's expressions when that news reporter is calling out their prime minister, it's really, really good. I just wanted that.
I'm looking for it, Janet. I don't see it.
It just says at the top, it just says, "We see you."
Okay, we see you. Let me see here. All right, I'm looking for it. Let's go to Michael, and then we'll go to Susie, and I'll see if I can find this.
All right. What happened to Fed Up? Did I chase him away?
No, I think he lost signal. He moves around too, but you lost signal because you were moving around. So,
okay,
that's just part of Spaces.
All right. Well, I had a question for him, and I got a question for anybody else in this space. Why is 250 of our government officials over there in Israel? How does that make America better? And why are they over there? Are they Jewish? Is that why they're over there? I am so upset that we have so many problems here in the United States that need to be solved, and we got 250 of our government officials over in Israel. And damn it, if they're getting money and they're making laws and they're influenced by Israel because of money, they need to go. They need to go. I don't care if they just wanted a free ride, if they just wanted a little vacation, whatever it is. I don't care. All I know is we got problems here. They need to be doing their jobs here, and they're over in Israel right now, touching a wall and kissing the ring of the finger. And I'm so upset about that. You have no idea.
Hey, Michael,
we hear it. We hear it, man.
Michael, look at the flag that just came out in Florida. DeSantis put out this thing in Florida. It's got the Star of David on the flag. This is Florida. DeSantis, the governors are in on it too. Marjorie Taylor Greene would.
Do you know what an orange blossom looks like?
Yeah, I know.
That's what it looks like to me.
Well, it's behind the orange blossom.
The orange is behind the blossom, and then behind that is something else. But
That's
just saying that does not make it true. That's all I want everybody to say.
well, just look behind the orange. What is that? That's the Star of David.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Susie.
Let's see. I think I need to go back to. So, Jeff Zients, I don't know how to pronounce that. He testified before Congress that Hunter Biden got involved in issuing presidential pardons. So, I can't remember who it was. Maybe it was Tim Burchett, but I'm not sure. Somebody in Congress was concerned that there were some payoffs. People were being bribed for presidential pardons, and there were just a slew of them, and some really nasty people were given commutations or pardons, that never should have been considered for that. This would just be classic Hunter Biden, to take bribes for these things. Yeah. Just wondering, when are we going to see some action here? When are we going to see some accountability, some justice? Because something bad happened here, and it can't continue.
All right, Susie, I had something I queued up many minutes ago, and everything went everywhere. So here's Kash Patel giving you an update of what's been going on.
In the counterintelligence space alone, this year to date, 30% increase in counterintelligence arrests from the DPRK, Russia, Iran, and China. And I want the American people to know, in this setting, there's a lot of work that the brave men and women in the FBI are doing we just can't get into, but they don't stop. Our cyber threats, ransomware attacks, those harming our children online. We have nearly a 20% increase in indictments arrests in 7 months alone this year. We're going after those that harm our malware, infrastructure systems, telecom systems, and energy structure. Combating SALT and Vault typhoons are just a little bit of the examples we're doing. Maybe most importantly, under the counterterrorism and domestic terrorism umbrella, our nihilist, violent extremists, and those that label themselves 764, who wish to go online and convince children to maim and mutilate themselves and commit suicide. And we are producing record numbers of arrests under that umbrella organization. We even stopped an individual in the 764 network who wanted to conspire to kill an adolescent girl. He is now in custody. Transparency remains one of my main priorities at the FBI. And this is what I've done in my 7 months at the helm. We've produced more than 33,000 pages of documents to Congress to a variety of committees, including, I believe, 7,500 to this committee alone, if memory serves me correct. To put the 33,000 in perspective, my predecessor in 7 years produced 13,000 pages in total to the United States Congress. His predecessor in 4 years produced 3,000 pages in total. I repeat, I have produced 33,000 pages in 7 years to this Congress and will continue to do so.
7 months.
I'm dedicated to restoring the trust and the mission and the integrity of the FBI, and we cannot do so without congressional oversight. And I promise you I will continue to do so.
Okay, so there's a lot going on. And if they're not hitting the exact thing you want, I'm sorry, there's a lot going on. So go ahead, Michael.
All right, so disclosure here. My rants about Israel are not about the people of Israel. Matter of fact, honestly, there's a huge portion of Israelis that are not fans of Netanyahu and understand there is things going on that don't benefit them either. And if Charlie Kirk said this too. He went over there. Okay, he couldn't walk 10 feet without finding an IDF soldier with a gun in their hand. They have the best missile systems. They've got everything that they need to protect their place. And this whole was it October 7th or whatever it was, where they had their little paragliders that came over and slaughtered a whole bunch of people. That shouldn't have happened. And anybody that knows Israel, like Charlie Kirk did, and he called it out, said that shouldn't have happened. there was a stand down order, and this was allowed to happen. And I think the Israeli people know that. They know, that, and the more I look into it and the more research I do, just like our CIA creating Taliban and everything else, you've got Israel that creates Hamas. They are funded by Israel. They were created by Israel. Why? Well, let's see. You have an enemy that attacks you, that allows you to create mass genocide of the properties you want to take over. And that seems to be what has happened. And so the Israeli people are not happy. And I stand with the Israeli people. But the government is not good at all. And so when I talk about Israel, I just want everybody to know I'm not talking about Jewish people in a broad sense or a generalization. Just like America, when Biden was doing all this crap and Obama was doing all this crap, and all these people in these other countries, they were saying America is screwed up. No, the American people knew we aren't, we're trying to fight this, but it's not America, it's our government that was the problem. So I just wanted to make that clear, that I have no problem with the Jewish people and I stand with them, and I have no problem with the Israeli people. I stand with them. It's the governments that are the problem, and we need to make sure that we do not have their influence in our government.
Well, Michael, you may or may not know, but America was stroking checks to pay for all that weapon system over there in Israel, according to what I'm reading. So just so you know, the previous administration and the one before that, before Trump, were kind of egging this on. Obama was sending all kind of cash to terrorists all throughout the world. So yeah, we get it. We get it. Go ahead, Miles.
Yeah, Up in the Nest. You might want to listen to that. It's only a minute. Maybe you can play it. So it's what Michael's talking about. So.
All right, go ahead, Susie.
Are we done with the Israel bashing now?
Well, we can bash. Yeah,
I sure hope
bash.
so, because I'm about done. I've heard enough. We don't need to, belabor it.
No, okay.
Well, tell us. Yeah, tell us what's the problem.
Can we move on?
Well, he pointed out that there's two things going on. There's the people, and then there's the government. So, which that's what we got here. So, very similar. Very similar. All right. Let's see here. In the vein of other things going on, that folks are waiting on things to happen. Well, they're happening. So, listen to this. Well, I thought he spoke right away. Evidently not.
Good morning. My name is Joe Thompson. I'm the acting United States Attorney for the District of Minnesota. We're here to announce the first round of indictments in the ongoing investigation of fraud in the Housing Stabilization Services State Medicaid program. The HHS program, the HSS program, is riddled with fraud. The story has become all too familiar. Minnesota started the Housing Stabilization Services Program in 2020. We were the first state in the nation to make this Medicaid benefit available. At the time, the program was estimated to cost approximately $2.6 million a year, but it quickly exploded. It grew to more than $100 million a year in Medicaid billing within just a few years. Hundreds of companies enrolled in the program began claiming to provide housing stabilization services to thousands of clients throughout the state of Minnesota. Many of these companies operated out of dilapidated storefronts or rundown office buildings that were full of other fraudulent healthcare companies. such as the Griggs Midway building in St. Paul. Rather than being general healthcare or social services providers, many of these companies were devoted exclusively to billing the housing stabilization program. Today, we are charging 8 defendants for their role in this fraud scheme. 4 defendants, Mokhtar Hassan Aden, Mustafa Ali, Khalid Daib, and Abdi Fattah Mohammed are charged for their role in carrying out a fraud in a company called Brilliant Minds Services, LLC, which is a housing stabilization services company run out of the Griggs Midway building in St. Paul. Brilliant Minds and its owners received more than $2 million in Medicaid billings based on their fraudulent claims to providing housing stabilization services. Defendants Christopher and Emmanuel Falade are being charged for their role in operating another fraudulent housing stabilization company called Falade Care.
Okay, he goes on to name these fraudsters and things that are happening there in Minnesota. And it's about 23 minutes long because I'm gonna hold off on that. You're welcome. It's down in the bubble, so you're welcome to check it out.
Did you notice the last names?
I'm sorry?
Did you notice the last names?
No.
They're from Somalia.
Okay. Well, that makes sense in Minneapolis. So makes a lot of sense. And I've noticed the rhetoric espousing from our 2 senators from Somalia has ramped up lately. So somebody's making them ouch. So go ahead, Michael.
All right. Speaking of Somalia, again, foreign influence. So Trump's like, all right, we need to get rid of Ilhan Omar. We need to get it. So is Mike Johnson what's going on here? We have crimes that have been committed. We have immigration fraud and everything else that's come along. Why aren't we, it's like, hey, if I go and I commit a crime, they handcuff me and take me away. What's good for the goose, good for the gander. I'm getting tired of our government making laws and they don't have to abide by them. They get the free pass. They can create a healthcare system that they can opt out of, but we can't. I'm getting tired of this, tired of this 2-tiered justice system, and I think it's time we start seeing people that are committing crimes being held accountable. And until we start holding our own officials accountable, we should not be. Our officials, need to be held accountable. And Ilhan Omar is a criminal, just like a bunch of these others, including Rashid Tlaib and a bunch of others that we need to have at least the Supreme Court or others or something that makes it so that our Congress cannot have dual citizenship, and they have to be born in the United States. No more of these foreign people coming over and deciding that they don't like America and that they need to change it to fit their religious belief, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you.
All right, Michael, things are going on. It's taking time. They got 100-year head start on us. Just saying, takes time. Go ahead, Miles.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing, that Kash Patel just told you that he's got field agents that are working on stuff and they can't talk about it right now. So it started a while ago during the illegitimate administration where our regional FBI director was going after the $200 million that they stole. It was a program to feed the children during COVID as far as school lunches. They've arrested so far 74 people that participated in that fraud. So, yeah, I think there's certain things going on and we got to be patient, Sorry, Michael. I think things are happening.
Yeah. I mean, look at Memphis, Tennessee. You know, they've been screaming, oh, crime, crime, crime. Well, FBI's been there for 5 months starting to clean up crime. And guess what? It's coming down. And now Trump is sending more help in there. So go ahead, Susie.
So, Michael, what was the last thing you just said?
Well, whether it was the fact that we need to have born Americans.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
the first thing you've said today that I completely 100% agree with. This is absolutely insanity that we have people whose first allegiance is to Somalia. I mean, one of the most horrid, corrupt places on the earth. I believe that Elon Omar is supposed to go on a little trip. Wouldn't it be a darn frickin' shame? You know, I don't mean frickin', right? That if her passport was canceled and she couldn't come back, like stay there, okay? Because we don't need you here. This is absolute insanity. Now, a couple of updates. The House did pass a continuing resolution for the budget, 217 to 212. And this something we haven't talked about yet today is Antifa, a terrorist organization. So Germany already did so. The Dutch have now also said, yeah, Antifa is a terrorist organization, and so has Hungary. How is this going to change how we handle things? Because every single frickin' night, this goes on in Portland. Antifa is here harassing, throwing fireworks, assaulting officers, ICE officers, and the police in Oregon do jack shit about it all night long. And this is a residential area. In fact, one of the people that lives in this area, a disabled Black woman, she's been on Twitter. She decided to hire an attorney to get them to at least look at noise complaints, because this noise is going on all night long. Nobody can sleep. And, you know, of course, the judge did nothing to enforce the law and sound and, you know, nothing. It's our judicial system here in Oregon. That's our biggest problem in this country, is that our judicial system is completely whack. Oh, but yesterday, 48, they finally did a voice vote on 48 of the nominations from Trump. So hopefully we've broken this log jam, because we need to get something done here.
All right. Thank you, Susie. I'm going to give it to Parson here, and then I'm going to play this little clip that Miles asked me to. And Susie or Janet, I haven't forgotten you either. It's still sitting there. I got about 10 screens open here with video clips, and I'm trying to work through it all. But Parson, tell me what's going on there, brother.
Well, I have to agree. So about getting federal forces involved with these crimes. So yesterday, a local Detroit television station went into the city of Detroit and started asking the people in Detroit. And amazingly, guess what? And they only asked Black people, as if only Black people live in the city of Detroit. Four out of 7 of the people they asked, this is their number. I don't, there's another way of coming to that ratio. Were, yeah, Trump needs to send troops here. Mainly it was the women, the older men. No, we don't need none of that. But the women, they are all, yeah, we want the governor to request the National Guard to come in here. Crime needs to stop. So to add to that, just to give you a flavor, because this is part of the conversation, because Trump reached out, said, hey, we'd like to help reduce the crime rate in the city of Detroit. And the governor said she would consider it, and she is considering it. So the media went out and talked to the people, and the people, by a slim majority of, we don't know how many people they talked to, they only showed four of the people, and they broke it down even. But then they said we talked to a total of 7. 4 were for it, 3 were against it. So anyway, the other reason I've got to roll here shortly anyway. I'll listen in as much as I can, so long as you get drops when you're driving. You know, did you who all bought Plug as I recommended you do 2 weeks ago? Anybody? That cheap, $1.60 stock. How many of you bought it? None of you? None of you? Yeah. It's up 50% over the last 7 days. Good looking out, man. I tried to help you. All right, that's
Hey,
all I got.
Parsons, isn't Kid Rock from Detroit?
Kid Rock. Well, yeah. I mean, he's from Metro Detroit. He's actually from Rochester Hills, and his parents were wealthy. Most people don't know this. They own Lincoln dealerships throughout Metro Detroit. He comes from a very wealthy family.
You think he might run for mayor?
No, he comes up here. He basically when he is in town, he hangs out in the bars in Rochester. He doesn't go to the fancies. He goes to the ones in the old part of town. Everything. Since he was a kid, Rochester Hills isn't nothing like it was when he was a kid, and it's all. We had white flight in South Oakland County because you had the Black and Jewish flight out of Wayne County into Oakland County, and then the whites all fled north.
All right. Go ahead, Janet.
Yeah, I just wanted to share for Michael. I already put it down in the bubble. It's from Ryan Moreau. I guess that's how you pronounce his name. It says that it's about Soros being, the backing money from Soros. It's $80 million discovered going from Soros to domestic terrorists, criminal and pro-terror groups. And there's a video there for you to watch. And this was released by Glenn Beck, the Ryan Moreau, and Charlie Kirk show yesterday. So you really need to watch this because you need to realize that everything that you're saying, a lot of people believe that. And a lot of people in Israel believe that about their government. But the thing is, when we're as powerful as we are, we can't just go in and drop bombs and shit. We can't just run over there and do whatever we want. This is another country. We're not going to let somebody else come in because they didn't like Obama or Biden. We couldn't let some other country come here and just push them out of the way, that type of thing. So we have to do things legally. And as far as I can tell, everything that Trump administration and his cabinet are doing that. So watch that. And I think it'll give you a little hope to know that things are in motion, that we just have to cross the T's and dot the I's and be patient and just keep praying for the good things to happen. That's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
All right. Thank you there, Janet. Let's go to Miles, and then I'll play this. Well, we got hands. So go ahead, Miles.
Hey, Parsons, you still here?
I am.
So about 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, a trailer pulled up next to me at RV camp here, and this big family was there. I met the guy right away, came over and met Molly, the dog, and stuff. So he's from Michigan, and he's got a real nice bucket truck that I didn't know it was his. He drove that from Michigan, and then the wife and the kids came with the trailer and his truck to tow the trailer. Now he's here on a job site for the end of the month here. And I was like, God, when does school start in Michigan? Because he, came like right at the beginning of September. Well, I was talking to him the other day. They homeschool their 4 daughters and 1 son, and they're coming back this weekend, and all their school work's inside the trailer. So, and I said, are you going to be around for a while? And he goes, well, yeah, the outfit I'm working with, they want to work on a job site for 2 years in Minnesota. And he goes, there's not much work in Michigan, but I don't know exactly what he's doing. It kind of looks like one of these trucks that's got that cherry picker on top where it's a tree service, but they could be doing line work too, laying some kind of electrical lines and stuff. Is there a lot of work available in Michigan for people like that?
Well, without knowing, yeah, there is a lot of work. but it if he's doing, like you say, when you first said bucket truck, I was thinking a dump, but now I know you're talking about electrical work. Yeah, that's you're you're basically got two dominating powers, and if you don't work for them, you don't your bucket truck ain't going to get used a lot, and that is DTE and consumers. So as far as line work goes, plus the goal around here now is to get everything underground, so that's good to see. So again, a bucket truck wouldn't, you'd need it to bring the wire down, but I construction, there's a lot of construction, but it's if you're a steel worker, you got a job here all day long.
Okay, the reason I brought it up, not so much what he does for a living, but what he's doing for his kids. I mean, these girls and his young son are just the perfect kids, very smart. And I'm so glad that he decided to homeschool
There's a lot
family.
There's a lot of homeschooling going on in Michigan, especially in Metro Detroit area. Absolutely.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, it seems to be the way to go. Fed up, you're it.
Yeah, fortunately, I had a phone call and got tied up. But to what we were talking about earlier, well, it was just mentioned a minute ago. Reason I was breaking in, Michael, because I wanted to clarify, because the way you were came in so hot made it sound like I was saying not to criticize Israel, and that is not what I said at all. I said about Charlie's death specifically, very specifically, and that's why I brought up people who are critics of Israel, heavy critics of Israel, that are like, no, there's no evidence on this. Stop it. You're taking the attention away from the wrong people. And I think this highlights the problem we have on both sides, because you've got the super pro-Israel people. The second you bring up a criticism of Israel, they go straight to anti-Semitism, which I thought about something the other day I think is really hilarious, to a point Janet made, and Charlie Kirk made, that there are people inside Israel that are critical of the Israeli government and its actions. Obviously, because Bibi's been in and out of power. It's not like he's not like Putin. Like, Putin's been pretty much in power in some form or another for almost 30 years. And Bibi hasn't. He's been voted in and voted out multiple times, as recent as 2020. He wasn't in power from 2020 to 2022. And so, are those people calling all the Israelis that are anti-Bibi anti-Semites? Because they are, and I don't know that they realize that, but when they go to that argument immediately, when you criticize Israel, they're literally saying almost half of the Israeli citizens are anti-Semites. It's pretty funny. But on the flip side, we also have the instant reaction as somebody says not to criticize Israel about one specific thing. Then it's oh, we have to blah, 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 blah. And it's like, no, that's the other problem. We're missing the point. And I'll end here with an example of a interaction I saw when Alex was interviewing Nick Fuentes. And Nick was going through something that was brought up, the media, right? And he was going through, the media is controlled by Israel. It's controlled by the Jews, blah, 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 right? And then Alex brought out, but you're missing a big piece, and you're letting one of the now worst bad actors off the hook, and brought out the paperwork showing how 4 of our biggest media companies, the biggest stockholder in them is China. And so I think we miss the forest for the trees sometimes, because we get so caught in our camps that we can't realize there's some middle ground where we can come to. And I think that getting the foreign influence out of our government is a big one, and that's how we need to phrase it. Because I've had some real pro-Israel people that I've had a few knocking heads with over criticisms I've had with the Israeli government. And I've talked with them recently about overall examples of foreign influence in our government, and getting it out, all of it out. And we're simpatico on that. They're they can, and which would get, letting AIPAC out. That's a way to get it. If you get everybody on board and getting all the foreign crap out, because the worst example we have just came out. I shared it out yesterday. Isn't Israeli? It's a Somali, our old favorite Ilhan Omar, the prime minister of Somalia, had a cabinet meeting and is on video in that cabinet meeting telling everybody how glad he is he has a Somali in our Congress that is working for them. That was out of the prime minister of Somalia's own mouth. So we have an admitted foreign operative in our Congress that 4 of our piece of shit Republicans just voted not to censure. It's pretty bad. So we just need to get them all out.
All right. Good stuff. Good stuff. Greg, hope you still got your mic.
Yeah, I've been coming and going. You got a good copy?
Yes, sir. We're in good shape.
Sweet. So here in Texas, so Tom Slocum finally got the receipts on something that we knew had been going on. So let's talk open public primaries. And he's got the receipts where the chair of the Democratic committee over in Houston, her and about 3,000 of her registered Democrat friends always vote in the Republican primary. And you say, well, it's probably not really a problem. It ain't going to affect, the president or nothing. But they control the county with their rhinos. They know they can't get a Democrat elected in that district. The state house, the county commissioners, the judges, they can't get a Democrat elected. They know that. So they pick them a rhino fake Republican, and they put him on the ticket, and that's who they get put on in the primary to run on the ticket. And then the normies out there, normie Republicans, they just think, well, he's a Republican, we got to vote for him. And they do, but you're actually voting a Democrat, hand-picked by the Democrat Party Republican to run in that. And that is how one of the ways that the Texas state house is so screwed up, where on paper you have a Republican majority, but the Democrats rule the state, and that's one way they do it. So I'm just coming on to advocate for the Republican Party to close its primaries. If you ain't a registered Republican, you don't vote in our primaries the same way the Democrats do. And I think that should be a nationwide push, because this doesn't just happen in Texas. I know for a fact it also happens in North Carolina, in the county that, I grew up in. So, just throwing that out, everybody should start screaming for the Republican Party to close their primaries. Thank you for letting me vent.
Yeah, man. Hey, I haven't seen a video of the border lately. Probably nothing to show, huh?
Well, I ain't been down in a while, although I'm going to have to go down probably in 2 weeks. I got some trailers crossing, but my father passed away, so I spent a lot of time in North Carolina, and then my wife had surgery, so I just been hanging around the ranch here in Texas. So not headed to the border for probably 2 more weeks. Okay. I'll make a video next time I go though.
Cool. I just that was so cool for you to do that and give us, on the spot reporting. I like that. That was good stuff. Let's go to Miles.
So Greg, I'll be DMing you pretty soon. I hope you don't mind. We need to talk about something. Up in the nest, I put last night, the Colonel had a sit reps, and it was an amazing space, guys. Of course, only certain people could get the mic. I think you had to be at least a colonel to get a mic, but no, that's not true, because Ron Partain, he was up there. He was just a Navy guy, but you might want to listen to that. Now, it is not like feel good conversation what happened to the colonel and a lot of other colonels during the purge of Obama, and what they, the bioweapons and all the crap that the DOD was doing during that takeover of the United States. And one of the colonels said it was a coup d'etat. That was like 2020. You guys remember what happened? So, but then Ron came up and he said, hey, we need to do another space and be more positive and talk about what is happening to change what these criminals have been doing. And Michael, you might like to listen to that space that's coming up. So they are going to do a follow-up and kind of be on the positive side that we are winning. But you might want to listen to all the stuff that was going on back then. It would, because, you know, we're not all military. We didn't know what was actually happening to our military. And that's why a lot of, you know, you talk about PTSD from being in battle. Well, they were getting PTSD for the 5th generation warfare and the coup d'etat trying to take over our nation. So it's up in the bubble. Thanks.
All right, good stuff. Hey, breaking news, not breaking, but you know, CC finds interesting things, and I appreciate her putting this in the bubble. FBI Director Kash Patel on Thursday, that'd been yesterday, announced that the FBI and the New York Police Department teamed up. Imagine that. New York Police Department and the FBI teamed up to stop a potential school shooting in New York City schools after receiving a tip. So they got a lot going on in addition to all the things they just told you about a minute ago. So good stuff. Good stuff. Go ahead, Janet.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind people from working the polls for so many years in 2 different states, one of the things that I always talk to my friends and family and other people about was the fact that don't just go in and go down the line because they have an R next to their name and give them a check mark. Try to do your diligence if you can to look into each of these people, even if it's just county clerk. Okay. If the county clerk's been married 20 times, she's flip-floppy on all her points of view and different things, why would you want to vote for her? Okay. There's other people always running against other people that are independent or whatever. Sometimes an independent is better in the position for the Republicans or the conservative point of view than the Republican that's running, that says they're Republican. I, for one, do not like rhinos. At least a Democrat is portraying who they really are. They're a Democrat. A rhino is pretending they're conservative when they're really a liberal. So we just need to be a little bit more attentive to who we vote for. And we have an election coming up in 2026. So this time, start today, start researching who's going to be running for anything in your county, in your state, and in the federal government that has going to have an R by their name, and make sure that that's R is real and not just a tattoo. That's all I wanted to add. Thank you for letting me speak again.
All right. Thank you, Janet. Good stuff. Good stuff. We'll go back to Michael, and then I'm going to play something here.
All right. So I don't know why, but I keep getting kicked out of Twitter. Oh, maybe because I'm talking about Israel. I don't know, because it never happens. And I went on my rant this morning, and ever since then, I keep getting kicked out of Twitter. So not really too happy about that. As far as what Janet says, yeah, I agree 100%. You need to do your due diligence and finding out. Just because they have an R doesn't mean they're America first. And even if they sometimes claim they're American first, they may not be American first. I mean, we're getting a lot of these people that understand the only way they're going to win is by hitting the majority. And folks, we are the majority now. And I'll tell you what, if they have a D by their name, do not, I don't care what they have on there, do not vote for a Democrat at all, because the only people that are still Democrats are mentally ill. If they are Democrat, if they claim to be from the Democrat Party right now, they are mentally ill. Because there is absolutely no way a sane person be in a party that's for crime, for genital mutilation, for pedophilia, for all these things that, I mean, I cannot believe that the Democrat Party has gone so far in crazy town that that they have, where even lifelong Democrats are now leaving the party. I mean, they literally feel like they have lost their party completely. They're like, what happened to God? Why did you take God out of it? Why are you guys for, the open borders? Why are you for allowing people to go into these stores and rob and be like, oh, well, as long as it's not $900? What the hell? I mean, the Democrat Party has gone cuckoo. So if they have a D by their name, expect cuckoo. Thank you.
Cuckoo, cuckoo. Oh, looky here. We got a truth from Donald J. Trump at 11:23, guys, and it's 11:25. I just completed a very productive call with President Xi of China. We've made progress on many very important issues, including trade, fentanyl, the need to bring the war between Russia and Ukraine to an end, and the approval of the TikTok deal. I also agree with President Xi that we would meet at the APEC summit in South Korea, that I would go to China in the early part of next year, and that President Xi would likewise come to the United States at an appropriate time. Call was very good. We will speak again by phone. Appreciate the TikTok approval, and both look forward to meeting at APEC. All right, I've been waiting on this, and let me play this real quick, and then we'll go to Susie. This is clip Miles gave us describing the exact thing going on in Israel.
Hi, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sure.
How would you react to Netanyahu's statement that the Jewish people are not occupiers in their own land, including in the eternal capital, Jerusalem?
Let me be clear. God is eternal. His word is eternal, and so are the Jewish people. Judaism forbids Zionism. The Jewish people never ever sought to gain sovereignty of the Holy Land till the Zionist godless founders hijacked our name. But it was never us. Our grandparents lived in the Holy Land in peace with their Arabic neighbors. They were friends and colleagues. Zionists wanted to create a Jewish nationality and destroyed it all to achieve it. Netanyahu, you do not represent us.
Thanks for the message.
All right. Plain and simple. Go ahead, Susie.
So I got to go quick because I got to leave. I think the Democrats should double down, triple down, continue with Crazy Town, because it is showing the Democrats how crazy their party has gone. I think it's excellent. I think it's the best thing ever. So keep it up. Keep it up, Democrats. Keep it up, Alexander Ocasio, whatever, and Elon Omar and Rashida Tlaib. We need to continue to have them go to Crazy Town so that normal Democrats, the normies out there go, holy crap, what the hell? And I think they're starting to do that a lot. So keep it up. Stay in Crazy Town. It's excellent.
All right. Thank you, Susie. Good to see you this morning. Hope you'll come back. Let's see. Well, Fed Up, you're it, man.
Yeah. Well, the thing is too, I'm glad you played that clip for what's going on in Israel. This is what I've been trying to tell people, and I've been in spaces where people the propaganda side on the pro will sit here and try to say that Bibi is like this beloved figure, and if you go, do surveys of the country, he's supported by such and such a percentage, which is just BS. You can look at their votes over the last, you can go to Wikipedia, and they're accurate on this type of stuff typically, and look at their votes in the Knesset for prime minister over the last, they've had to do it about every 2 years, and it flip flops back and forth. It's never anywhere near. It's one party or the other barely has power, and And like right now, and that's part of what Charlie Kirk talked about on Patrick Bet David when he was questioning Israel, and he said, a lot of people don't realize before October 7th, they were sliding towards civil war. And that's just a fact. They were having, hundreds of thousand people protest and stuff. It was, and part of that was because, and you all have heard me talk about it. There was a different prime minister in power when the Russia-Ukraine war started. And that prime minister is the one that brokered the peace deal that Boris Johnson blew up. And then somehow they forced a revote in the Knesset, and Bibi barely scraped power back. And then, two of the parties he's working with, the last two that he got signed on to his coalition, aren't good. It's, and for people, there's people out there that like, I've heard people decry the use of the term Zionist, right? And they try to portray it, if you call somebody a Zionist or use that term, that's anti-Semitic. That's what they call themselves. There's literally the National Zionist Party in Israel that has 10 seats in the Knesset. So equivalent to our Senate. And that's one of the parties that's on with Bibi. And in one of the other parties that's on with Bibi that has 6 seats is the Jewish Power Party. Imagine if we had something equivalent named to that here in the U.S. And the head of it, you can look into the guy, Ben Gvir. He's a known terrorist by the Israeli government. That's what other people saying, oh, he's this, that, and the other. No, the Israeli government has said before he's a terrorist. Bad guy. He's the head of that party and is now Bibi's like foreign minister or something like that. He's involved directly in the war. Guess who had major influence on them ramping up and saying we're just gonna full scale take Gaza? Because what they did was both them and the National Zionist Party, both of their party platforms is taking Gaza. Well, they threatened to pull their support for Bibi in the Knesset. Well, if that happens, then he's in a minority government and could face a no confidence vote. And he's already having trouble keeping his coalition. This is all from the time. I read a big article from the Times of Israel talking about how their government's in turmoil right now because another one of their parties, two of their parties that represent the ultra Orthodox Jews, they also are in Bibi's coalition. They've have talked of resigning in mass because the ultra Orthodox over there, for the longest time, they were exempt from the mandatory service in military. They were seen as scholars. Well, they've been having trouble getting that re-upped, and those two parties over that have threatened to just mass resign. Well, those two parties, if they mass resign, that again puts Bibi in a minority government. But a lot of that got shored up because when October 7th happened, then they had the War Council, and then he got war powers. And I was think the vote was like 54-10 or 64-10, whatever. I'm not sure how that vote went, but it was mass majority voted to give him war powers, which kind of canceled all the stuff that was going against it. Well, that stuff's ramping back up again. They're having protests again. You've got this turmoil going on in the Knesset. It's a mess over there. When you actually dig into the politics of it, their government right now is an absolute dumpster fire. And at the same time this is happening, a bunch of members of our government are going over there on their dime. And that really pisses me off. And, and again, that part doesn't matter to me. It's Israel. A bunch of our congressmen go into any country, the trip paid for by that foreign government. Oh, hell no. Unacceptable.
Okie dokie. Hey, you got breaking news here. I'm sure everybody knows who Data Republican is. You know, she was part of the Doge committee and uncovered all kind of stuff. Well, she says she's been working all night, and she believes they have cracked it, is the way she's putting it. We believe we cracked it. But Venezuela harm reduction policies, Alliance for Global Justice, Soros DA attorneys, Action Network, mutual aid collectives, legal defense funds, mass migration. She's tying all these things together here for then the statement, Antifa, your days of operating in the shadows are up. Go ahead, Michael.
All right, a couple things. One being, and I'm a little confused on this because last night, multiple New York City officials were arrested by federal police after they attempted to obstruct immigration court proceedings. And they were dragged out, they were zip tied, and they were put up against the wall and everything else, right? Well, it was in my breaking news feed, and there was a bunch of articles on this. They're not there anymore. They've been taken out.
But Michael, there's a post down in the bubble chat about that exact deal. Yeah, it's down there.
All right. I know, but I'm just saying it was in a special feed that I have, and it's all been taken out. Now, my question is for the gallery up here. When you are an official and you commit a crime, should you lose your official? I mean, should you be no longer allowed to run or make laws or any, I mean, if you've been arrested while you're an official. So, you know, yeah, these guys may have been arrested for whatever, but I have a feeling they're going to, you know, okay, slap on the hand. Okay. And you can go back to doing what you're doing. No, I think if you've been arrested while as an official, you are no longer, you are now not allowed to be one. Are you guys on board with that? Yay? Nay?
Well, I think circumstances, but sort of, kind of. So
I don't agree because look, they arrested President Trump. So no, I don't. I think each case should be done individually, period.
Well, but he wasn't working in official capacity at that time.
So it still doesn't matter. A person that's being arrested on false pretenses and they lose their job because of it, that's wrong. I think that they should find out the facts first and then go by the company that they're working for and all that stuff like they would any person. And that's because to me, we should all be equal under the rights of the law, period. And I don't think anybody should lose their job just because they got arrested. How many people do you think were going to be arrested in the military that wouldn't get the jab and they said they weren't going to quit? Blah, blah, blah. I mean, I'm just saying the circumstances should be the top priority.
Okay, go ahead, Miles.
Yeah, you do have some immunity when you're in office. You take an oath of office, I get it, but you are protected to do your work while you're in office. We know that they're, you know, criminals and they're doing that stuff. But yeah, once you get them out of office, then yeah, you can go after them on a whole bunch of stuff. But and that's what Janet's talking about. If you look at, you know, every office has its certain immunities that that are protected, and the executive branch with President Trump had a lot, so he can do a lot without them going after him. But yeah, I don't know what I think Michael's talking more on a local level, but yeah, even you know, your city council person has some immunity to do their job.
All right, so case in point, these officials that go to these ICE facilities demanding immediate access and so on to check out the facility and what's going on. I mean, it's written somewhere that they need to give 24-hour notice, and they're not. And of course, what are they doing? They're making it live on social media that they're getting rejected. But in reality, if they had simply called the day before, it wouldn't have been a problem. Go ahead, Michael.
Okay, so there's a difference between local and federal. And when local is getting in the way, hindering federal orders, that is not good, period. And I loved that video where that local council person or whoever she was running down the street screaming to all these people, don't open your door, ICE is here, don't open your door, and screaming at the ICE agents, and man, they could care less. They ignored her. They were like, whatever. They got in their car and she's like, stop. They're like, I'm glad they didn't give her the finger, even though I probably would have, but they're not her boss. She's not their boss. She doesn't take orders from them, and they just pull away.
Michael, are you worried about federal overreach at all on a local level?
Not when we're look, again, it depends on what they're doing. I mean, if the federal's just going in and arresting people because they don't like them, we're talking about people that are committing crimes. When they are taking criminals off the street, that's not overreach. That's them doing their job, right? That's not overreach.
Yeah, when they got a court order saying, hey, go arrest this person. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Well, the Aliens Enemy Act is what squashed all that, though, American.
How so, Mikey? I'm not up on that. So
because that put us. So I disagree with what was just said. Okay, number one.
Uh-oh, he faded out.
Yeah, he's in the
God.
hills of Pennsylvania. So
yeah, I was a little worried there that it was me again.
No, he'll be back. He'll be back, Michael. Michael, you done all your updates? Mikey, Omega, you're it, man. Come on back. We lost you.
Okay. Hey, while we're waiting for Mikey to come back, I just want everybody to know, our dreams have been answered. Our prayers have been answered. And I hope all y'all understand the importance of this. But AOC is going to run for president. She's going to do it. I can't believe she's going to do it. She's going to run for president.
Wow. Michael, I thought you were telling us that Michelle was fixing to take over your account. I mean, golly. But AOC for president, that's cool. So if you don't know, his wife's name is Michelle. She joined us the other night. I actually had a Wednesday night ladies night on the front porch, and we had fun. So, guys, the way that works, just so you know, and then I'm going to go to Jane, just so you know, we give mics. All the ladies have priority. So if a man's sitting there with a hand up, all the women get to talk first. And that's just the way I roll. And I give them, their due. And they had I enjoyed it tremendously. And Michael brought his wife in. I mean, yeah, that was fun.
It was very good, and I'm trying to see, and you're gonna have to let me know, because I want my wife to be able to participate in the next one more so than me, because I'm a guy, and
well, Michael, I would say if you want to get her hooked to Apothecary.
Yeah.
And
No,
then get her in here. I mean, she's already been in here, but what I'm saying? Apothecary, she brings the dadgum dynamite, buddy.
Yeah, but she did enjoy it. She thought it was fun, but she's known you guys for a long time. She's been in the background, never said anything, so she's very familiar with everyone here, and so she kind of felt a little bit more comfortable talking. So I just thank you for doing that and allowing her to kind of get involved a little bit. And like I said, let me know when the next one is, and I'll try to see if I can't get her the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, if she does her own account and goes that route, she may already have one. We'll boost her and get followers and help her out of who to follow and whatnot.
Yeah, she ain't gonna do that, but
well,
okay.
Just saying. We're just offering. Jane, good to see you. I hope everything went good wherever you were.
Oh, I got everything done for the morning, and I've got a stack for the afternoon, but I'm on break having my lunch.
Well, wait a minute. You can't talk about lunch without telling us what it is. It's just etiquette.
It's turkey noodle soup.
Ooh, turkey noodle soup.
I had a turkey thigh and a turkey leg and stuck them in a pot and cooked them.
That sounds like an afternoon nap.
Well, and it might end up being one. I just want to, with the what we're talking about right now, and I know I don't trust the Justice Department a whole heck of a lot, but the wheels of justice grind very slow, but they grind very fine. And we all have the right to be considered innocent until proven guilty. So while those people were arrested, and it's obvious that they were there just to stir up trouble and just to be $5 word a-holes, and to get the attention and to try to shame the government somehow, the federal government, they still have the right to be proven guilty. So I would wait and see if they get indicted, if they get tried, or if the prosecutors, which is highly possible, the federal prosecutors, because it was a federal group they were obstructing, if the federal prosecutors decide not to prosecute because they've got other things to do. But everything that Trump is doing right now, everything that's been happening for the last how many years has been precedent setting. We've never had a president's home, former president's home raided. We've never had a former president arrested, indicted, tried at state and federal level. We've never had any of that crap. But it sets precedent that it can happen in the future. What's happening now with like Ivor, the congresswoman that got arrested for hitting the ICE officer, it's also precedent setting. The guy that was with her, that was there, that also took a swing at them and then apologized. He's a local official. He was let off the hook. I think that we're just seeing things being shaken and seeing who is going to go which way. But I would not want to try to remove people from office just because they've been arrested. I mean, they could police could come to my house and find something and arrest me because they found something. And it's not like I'm, a bad person or anything like that, but I might not have a light that's working on the outside of my house, and that's code. You might have a tail light out on your car, and that's something you have to have. I mean, it's just, they can find stuff, and they will. So putting that precedent on it, I think, would be very bad, because they'll go around, they'll break your tail light and then arrest you, if they really want to. So Stalin said, "You show me the man and I'll find a crime," something like that. And I think that's where we're at right now. I think that that's what's going on. And I think what we're trying to do with the current government, with the current FBI, which I don't trust them either, but I think they're trying to actually do it right. So I would just caution that, I think that those people don't deserve to be in office, but for right now they are in office and they have not been found guilty. So they are assumed innocent. I'll hang it up there.
All right, Janet, you're it.
Thank you for letting me speak again. Yeah, one of the things I wanted to say was that we have to remember that anything that we can do to them, they're going to be able to do it back to us. So I want to make sure we stay as close to the rules in the Constitution as I can to make it equal for everyone. And that's what they hate. Okay. So as long as we keep it that way, I think the truth will always prevail or mostly prevail. But the other thing is, one thing that I have been advocate about is that I don't believe any person who runs for office in the United States of America should hold dual citizenship, period. And I was born in Newfoundland. So if I was going to run for office, I would definitely drop my citizenship to the other country until I was finished serving. Because when you run for office in this country, you're supposed to uphold our laws and stand for the people in your area. So how can you do that when you're wearing the label, hey, look at me, I'm from here, or I'm a citizen in this country, things like that. So we have to start doing what we say we're going to do, period. And if we state I'm for America first, then prove it. Put your money where your mouth is. And I think all of them should have to do that. That's all I wanted to add. Thank you for letting me speak again, American.
All right, Janet, I've been sitting on this, and you asked me to play it earlier. Finally, with no hands. So, guys, here's an interview Janet thought would be interesting to everyone.
Really interesting to see how you run the country as a proud Christian leader. And it really begs the question to the Prime Minister, if you don't mind, are we still a Christian country? We still have 12,000 people a year here being arrested for social media posts, for free speech violations. Does that not remain an important area that there is still a lot of disagreement on?
I'd like to have you consider.
Yeah, look, I mean, in terms of a Christian country, I was Christian, so that is my church has been all my life, and we are, that is wired into our informal constitution. Of course, we celebrate many other faiths as well, and I'm really proud that we're able to do so as a country. And on free speech, that has long lived in this country. Free speech is one of the founding values of the United Kingdom, and we protect it jealously and fiercely, and always will. And we will bear down on any limits on free speech. I draw a limit between free speech and the speech of those that want to peddle paedophilia and suicide social media to children. And therefore, I'm all for free speech. I'm also for protecting children from things that will harm them, paedophiles.
Well, guys, y'all got to watch the video. That's interesting. Go ahead, Janet.
Yeah, I just wanted people to realize that what's wonderful about the video that you miss out on when you just hear it is the facial expressions of our president watching this guy crawling around basically in his mind going, oh my God, how am I supposed to answer this? Because they are definitely not for free speech if you pay attention to what's been going on in their country. And I was so proud of Trump for that interview. I just want everybody to see it. It's really, really good. So please click on it and bookmark it and watch it later. It's worth your watch. That's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
All right. What's up, Mikey?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Get out of them hills.
Okay, so the Aliens Enemy Act allowed the president to take action against the illegal immigrants that had entered the country and remove them illegally. Now, if you look that up online, it's going to say that there's prejudice being used and everything else. There's really not, though, because a lot of them are getting the due process that, sorry, but they don't get due process. They're here illegally. One. Two, become good friends, especially if they're conservative with your county sheriff. They are the top dog in your county. The state police do not trump them. The only way that they get trumped is if like right now with the Aliens Enemy Act in play, the feds can trump the sheriff. But when you have, like Janet was just saying, you have somebody that's going to break your tail light, a state cop or a local jokel, just have the sheriff as a friend. I have my sheriff in my phone. I have his phone number. I'll let everybody respond.
Well, looks like Michael.
Yeah, so there are issues with that. Not all areas have good sheriffs, and John Thaler was one that actually made that point, that he saw that a lot of officials and even a part of the sheriff's department were taking money from cartels through real estate transactions and everything else. So, yes, the sheriff is supposed to be our constitutional elected, representative for law enforcement for your area. But if they're compromised, then yeah, you're SOL. And
100%. And I believe that's why he enacted the Aliens Enemy Act, because the corruption ran so deep with the governors, the mayors, and the sheriffs that there was no other option but to.
So what you're saying, Mikey, is that just in case in point, let's say there's corruption shown there, and the feds come in. They do not have to tell the locals, "Hey, we're coming." They do not have to tell the locals what their mission is.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
No.
All right. Well, I want to go back. Here. Back to Data Republican. I want you to get your fingers out. You're going to need 9. Okay. Get your fingers out. And how many of these things that are connected to supporting their move against America are you aware of, or were you aware of before today? Okay. I'm just going to name them for you. So get your fingers out and count, 1, 2, 3, whatever.
I got sticky fingers though.
Well, that's okay. We're not going to worry about that, but your phone might. All right. Venezuela, harm reduction policies, Soros DA attorneys, Alliance of Global Justice, Action Network, mutual aid collectives, legal defense funds, mass migration. And then that all equals up to Antifa is your 9th. And just, I'm not asking for you to tell me, but just in your own mind, how many of those things did you already know about? There was a couple I hadn't heard of. And but Data Republican connected all those dots. And that's in our big view of things, what's supporting Antifa. Okay. The quote, some of them say the ideology, not the individuals. I'm like, look, if you're out there raping and burning and beating on people for your cause, you're Antifa. It's not an ideology. Go ahead, Michael.
All right. So I got to go find it and post it up here. But one of the things that I'm really concerned about, besides Antifa, is I was watching a video and I thought it was Illinois or Ohio or one of those. They had a college group, Islamic college group, that majority of the people involved in that college group are here on visas, and they are against America, and they want to create Sharia law. They're trying to get everybody to go to Islam, and I'm thinking to myself, what the hell? And the population in some of those areas are starting to become very Islamic, and it's not legal as far as some of the the people in school. They have a student visa, but the family members and things like that, or others that came across the border at that time, free and clear, and through Biden and all that, they are pushing anti-American agendas and Sharia law, ideologies, and I think that is very harmful for the United States. And we need to keep that one also in target. So if you're going to say 10, there's your 10th.
Okay, if we're going with 10 fingers, I'll go. Even 10 sticky fingers. All right, Janet, go ahead.
Sorry, it takes a second to click on my microphone. All you have to do is go look up anything to do with Islam in Dearborn, Michigan, and tell me that you want that to come to your town. Now, Texas, Cece told me this, I think it was yesterday or the day before, that their governor has outlawed Sharia law. So the thing is, but what happens when he's no longer governor? See, that's why it's up to all of the people, the ones who vote, to stay up on these things and make sure to keep the heat on and say, no, we will never go there. Because when a father can come out of his house and beat his daughter to death or strangle her to death in front of everyone and get a slap on the wrist because she made him look bad, she didn't go with their religion or whatever, that shouldn't happen in this country, period, ever. Sharia law should never matter under our Constitution. That's all I wanted to add. Thank you for letting me speak.
All right, let's go to Cap. Welcome in.
Good afternoon, everybody. And please let me finish. That way I don't lose my train of thought. There's a lot to unpack here in regards to sheriffs. Okay. So first of all, sheriffs, they're rooted in English law. They have no basis in the actual text of or history of the U.S. Constitution. Let's get that straight. All right. Despite their unique positions, sheriffs are subject to state and federal constitution limitations. Their powers are not above the law. Like all law enforcement, they swear an oath to the Constitution, which is, according to what I just explained, is, I don't know, in a way it's a little contradictory, but whatever. I'm from North Carolina. In this state, like any other state like North Carolina, the sheriff's the chief law enforcement. Okay. They're the law enforcement officer, and they fulfill judicial functions. So, a sheriff isn't the U.S. constitutional representative for law enforcement. In this case, for we the people. They in the sense of possessing supreme independent authority over all other government entities. Well, many states constitutionality, they mandate an electric, right? An elected sheriff to protect their constituents. The thing of it is, the U.S. Constitution doesn't mention sheriffs. It's an ideological belief. Basically, it's based on historically inaccurate claims and fringe theory. sheriffs, like all enforcement, like all law enforcement, like I said, they're bound by both state and the U.S. Constitution. So basically, anybody that believes that the sheriff is all that, they're not mentioned in the Constitution. That's the one thing I want to highlight, that they're just not, it's a false sense of, thinking that the sheriff is the representative for we the people in regards to law enforcement. And I'll leave it at that.
All right. Thank you, Cap. Let's see. Jane, I believe it is.
Hey, I was going to address what Janet had played for us about Keir Starmer stumbling through that answer. A couple of points. First off, he said he had been, confirmed or baptized or whatever he said. So he's claiming some form of Christianity. He has proclaimed himself for years to be an atheist. So I put a little thing in the purple pill from Religion Today about, this has just been going on for years. Second, he talked about hurty words about pedophiles. So anything that goes to pedophilia that gets posted in England, and apparently that is an open interpretation for the English courts, because you can't say anything over there. They've even cut the Bible out of their app stores and deleted the Bible apps from phones recently in England. So you can't say hurty words and you can't have the Bible. And he says it's because they're protecting people from pedophiles. He was the minister in charge of law enforcement, when they decided that there were some kinds of pedophilia that were not going to be prosecuted because it really didn't matter. And he was the one in charge when all of the rape gangs were being initially started and protected and shepherded through the system so that they didn't get tried because hurty words. He also, in December of 2024, after the election of Trump, before he took office, appointed an ambassador to the United States who was a very well-known pedophile. So the man was lying through his teeth the whole time. All he does is lie. So I just wanted to just give Janet kudos for bringing that thing up, because it makes it sound like he's got something to defend, when in fact he is completely indefensible. And I want to just address the whole thing with breaking your taillight. The assumption that we all make is that we're going to find somebody somewhere that's going to be honest in law enforcement. The reality is that the vast majority of them are going to go along with whatever other law enforcement officers are doing. They may be wrong. They may know they're wrong. They may stop later on and say, we're not going to do that anymore. But if you look at law enforcement, when people have protested at any time, they're generally not doing the right thing. They're protecting the protesters while they burn down cities. They're protecting people that are going around in rape gangs in England, or maybe other places. In Sweden, they're doing that too. They have no-go zones where they just don't even go in and protect anymore. So trusting the police officers to do the right thing and thinking that I've got a sheriff, or I've got a deputy, or I've got somebody I can call if they, and my thing about breaking a taillight, that was just an example. They can do things to make you look like a crook, and they can then arrest you, and then you're painted with that until you can go through court and be found not guilty, hopefully. But you're painted with that until that process is done. And lawfare is a very real form of oppression. So then those are just my thoughts off the top of my head. Thank you.
All right.
Hey, American, I sent you a DM.
You did?
of that.
Hey, I don't do DMs, Michael. Just
well,
I do. Michelle can send me a DM. That's fine. But
yeah. All right. Well, anyways, it's a 1-minute clip, and I also posted it above in case anybody wants to share it and let people know. But this is the University of Illinois in Chicago, the University of Illinois. And this is what's going on over there. It's a 1-minute clip, and I think we all should hear it if you can play it.
Let me work on that.
All right.
Meanwhile, here's Speaker Johnson talking about something Chuck Schumer are demanding.
So we've been working really hard to get the House back to the regular appropriations order, and we've achieved that. In the House, in a bipartisan fashion, they passed all 12 appropriations bills through the committee, 3 of them off the floor. The Senate passed 3 bills. Remember the old videos on Saturday mornings about how a bill becomes a law? If the House and the Senate disagree on an appropriation spending bill, they go to a conference committee to work it out. We voted to do that. All this is working well, but we're coming up on the end of the fiscal year, September 30th. So we need a few more weeks to finish this good work. So what we did in a responsible manner as Republicans in charge is we offered a totally clean short-term CR to get that job done. Chuck Schumer saw that. He returned a counteroffer that is filled with partisan wish lists and poison pills and demands. It includes, for example, Brett, what Chuck Schumer is arguing for. He wants to reinstate free health care for illegal aliens. He wants to add $500 million to prop up liberal media outlets. And he wants to add a massive $1.4 trillion spending hike to what should be a simple 7-week stopgap funding measure. We can't do that. We're not going to do it.
Yeah.
So
lots of pork there. Of course, slanted to one side of the aisle. You know, it's the way they do things. Let me see if I can grab this, Michael. First, before we do that, AOC has come out and made a fool of herself.
I think gentleman Representative Green for his graciousness. Today, the Republican House majority brought to the floor a resolution honoring, quote, honoring the life and legacy of Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk's assassination was a horrific and vile attack and incident of political violence. And condemning the depravity of Kirk's brutal murder is a straightforward matter, one that is especially important to help stabilize an increasingly unsafe and volatile political environment where everyday people feel more at risk. We can deeply disagree and come together as a country to denounce the horror of this killing. And it is not a license for the abuse of power and whitewashing of American history. Today's resolution only underscores the majority's recklessness by choosing to author this condemnation and honoring on a purely partisan basis, instead of uniting Congress in this tragedy with one of the many bipartisan options to condemn political violence and Kirk's murder, as we did with the late Melissa Hortman. Instead, the majority proceeded with a resolution that brings great pain to the millions of Americans who endured segregation, Jim Crow, and the legacy of bigotry today. We should be clear about who Charlie Kirk was. A man who believed that the Civil Rights Act that granted Black Americans the right to vote was a mistake. Who, after the violent attack on Paul Pelosi, claimed that, quote, some amazing patriot, unquote, should bail out his brutal assailant. And accused Jews of controlling, quote, not just the colleges, it's the nonprofits, it's the movies, it's Hollywood, it's all of it, unquote. His rhetoric and beliefs were ignorant, uneducated, and sought to disenfranchise millions of Americans, far from the working tirelessly to promote unity, unquote, asserted by the majority in this resolution. It is equally important that Congress does unite to reject the government's attempt to weaponize this moment into an all-out assault on free speech across the country, all in the name of Charlie Kirk. President Trump and the FCC are now cynically threatening to shut down ABC and any outlets who give airtime to the administration's political critics. This is a disgusting attack on the American people and the very First Amendment rights that define us as a country. It is also the ABC Corporation's responsibility to refuse to embolden and participate in this corruption and escalation of censorship. We continue to pray for Mr. Kirk's family and loved ones in the wake of this terrible act. I am thinking especially of his children and his wife, whose grief cannot be measured. And with that, I yield back to the gentleman.
All right. Well, bunch of bull. Interesting thing there. But let me find what Janet sent me. Where did I put it? Alexander Duncan. Let's see. Oh, we gotta go there. And no, it's what Michael pointed out. My bad. All right. This Muslim student at the University of Illinois, Chicago. We'll just let him speak. So here's about a minute. So
America is the cancer. America, the American government, secularism, democracy, capitalism, these are cancers that have spread their illness all over the world. In America and in the Middle East. In America over here, people have the freedom to, again, like I said before, commit zina, do all this fahisha, but when you speak up, it's a problem. Non-Muslims are tired of this cancer. They're tired of the American government. They're tired of democracy. They want to see a new way of life. And as Muslims, we have to understand that we have that new way of life. Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam was sent as a mercy for all of mankind. وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَاكَ إِلَّا رَحْمَةً لِلْعَالَمِينَ. He was sent as a mercy. Why? Because the way of life he brought will bring that mercy. The way of life he brought will bring that tranquility to Muslims and non-Muslims. Non-Muslims won't have to worry about these issues to worry about now. They won't have to, because Islam is a just religion that has come to be implemented upon.
Well, they won't have to worry about it because they'll be dead because Muslims kill people. So just saying. Go ahead, Michael.
All right. Again, this is a person that's here on a visa, a student visa from another country, coming over here and telling students at a college campus that America is evil and that Islam is the answer. I think, I believe, and I hope his student visa is revoked and he's sent back to the country that he loves. I mean, I cannot stress that enough. We do not need this on our college campuses. We got enough problems with the transgender and all this other stuff. We need to nip this in the butt real quick.
Well, Michael, I think that's what Charlie was talking about, and that's what got him killed. So he was pointing out the indoctrination process on our college campuses. Also, he also was pointing out Big Pharma. So now I do know that I think it was this morning, Netanyahu actually made a statement. We did not kill Charlie Kirk. So why in the world would he be saying that? Go ahead, Janet.
After hearing that, I wanted to just to add this. It's up to the parents to research the college that they're sending their children to. You're paying the bill. You're paying to send your kids to listen to this rhetoric day after day and know that they will not get a good grade if they turn in anything that's opposite of what their professor believes. So if you send your kids, you are sending them to be indoctrinated. The best thing for you to do is to find a college or a trade school that you want to send your child to because you're going to be paying for it, or with their scholarship, to go to a college where they can get a career that they want without being brainwashed while they're there. This shooting that we just had with Charlie Kirk should open everyone's eyes to realize this was a young man that was raised to love the First Amendment and the Second Amendment, had parents that were there for him. But only a year and a half into college, he became a person who wanted to assassinate someone because of what they spoke out. So if his father or mother or anyone else that he loved was spouting stuff that he didn't agree with, is that how he's going to take it out on his family? So we have to start thinking like that. I'm sorry to say that, but that's the fact. Stop paying the bill for these people to indoctrinate our children. If they're doing it in your school, your local school, if you can take your kid out and put them in another school, do it. Because once we close the money bags, they will shut up and they will stop doing it. Look at Doge has already proven that. There hasn't been as many riots or any of these things simply because our tax dollars were stopping funding them to hire people to come and burn and trash our cities. So once we say no, just like what happened with Bud Light, we said F you to Bud Light when they tried to cram their agenda down our throat. And they stopped doing it because they lost a shit ton of money. So let's start closing down these colleges and make those professors that are doing this stuff lose their jobs. And then we'll start saying, hey, we're taking back this country for our children so that one day when they have their own children, they're not worse off than where we are right now. That's all I wanted to add. Thank you for letting me speak, and God bless America.
All right. Go ahead, Michael.
All right, so the last three bubbles up in the jumbotron are all revolving around this indoctrination, and the one that is the third to the last. It's great news. Muhammad University of Islam, K through third, opening soon in Newark, New Jersey. Yeah, it's spreading, folks. We need to nip this in the butt. If we don't, we're going to have generations coming up that are going to be literally focused on the destruction of our Christian values of the United States of America. And that is so important that we do not lose our Christian value. We cannot be Sharia law. We cannot have our women in this country wearing burqas. We cannot have the rapes and all of that, that occur in these other nations that are rampant. And we cannot have this in America. We are a Christian nation. I don't care what anybody says. Our founding fathers understood that a lot of the things in our Constitution were based on actually the Bible. Thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not. So we need to keep this. It is very important. So thank you.
All right, go ahead, Cap.
Yeah, I just wanted to expand on what Michael was just saying. This is a Christian nation, bottom line. And he's absolutely right. The Constitution is based on Christian values. This problem obviously exists in all the blue check cities. What concerns me is, where are the conservative representatives? Why aren't they bothered by this? What are they afraid of? In my opinion, we have a conservative party that doesn't have a backbone. Now, probably people argue, oh, Trump's in there. He's been in there for less than a year. Things are getting done, with the ICE raids and this and that. Look, like a lot of us in here that served, we all swore an oath. I take that oath to heart. Okay. I love this country. It's the best country in the world. You show me another country better than the United States. The thing of it is, it's being corrupted from within. And it's not just these radical liberal Democrats. We got players on the conservative side that are right along with them, and they lay low. They basically are playing good cop, bad cop. They're garbage too. We need, I'm just going to put this plain. Our government needs an enema. It's that simple. We do not have people representing we the people or American interests in this country. And I wish everybody would just wake up and accept that. We're being played. And we have been played. They've already infiltrated inside government for the last 3-4 decades. You know, they try to make a fool out of McCarthy. And it turns out McCarthy was right the whole time. And, you know, I have to point on at the conservative side as well, because they're complicit in this. I mean, they are. There's no easy way to say it. They want division. They want us fragmented, not getting along with black, white, Asian, whatever. An American's an American. Okay? You're not African American. You're not Italian American. If you were born here, you are an American. And if you come here and become an American citizen, you honor the Constitution and don't become a burden on society. You have your First Amendment right. You can speak your mind. Okay? That's what it's there for. But when it incites violence, terrorism, manipulating the youth of this country, which they've done the past 2-3 decades with this CRT crap, you're looking at the conservative side to step up and say, hey, hold on a second. You know, this is against our values as a nation, as a Christian nation. And, you know, you don't see them stepping up. What are they afraid of? They're in on it. Y'all better believe it. You know, I'm not, you know, trying to create even more division, okay? But I'm seeing it. Step outside the box once in a while. Keep your eyes and ears open, and you see what they're doing to us.
Hey, Cap.
Yes, sir.
Our regulars, we pretty much know what you're spouting, and you're right. You're definitely right. They're trying to restore us from within, and it's other countries on top of that.
Yeah.
Dan Bongino tweet on Wednesday. Wang Tang pled guilty conspiring to act in the U.S. as an unregistered agent of the Chinese government. So they're arresting people, and the FBI is getting people. It's a slow process, you know. Then we got ICE trying to get these illegals who basically were prisoners in their country and were let out and directed here. You know, we had NGOs paying for those guys to come into our country to what? Come in here and commit acts of violence, to make people afraid. That's what they were doing. And we have removed a good many of them, but there's still work to be done. That's for sure. But I think you're preaching to the choir on this one, at least for the regulars we got. So,
American, just keep this in mind, okay? That more the Democratic Party, the Republican Party hasn't really shown much of this, but the Democratic Party is still hip to hip with the crown. Y'all better believe that.
Well, I think our stance is there are no parties.
Yeah.
There are no parties. If there's an R by name and they lockstep with the D's, then they're not Republicans. That's just bottom line. The whole January 6th committee was a sham, and they had Republicans on it. So So we with you. You're in the right place.
And I understand that, American. I'm not saying that people are oblivious to this. It's like I talk to other people, and I swear to you that their heads they're not paying attention. Either that or they're gutless. It's got to be one or the other.
Well, in my case, until COVID came along, I was kind of asleep.
Yeah.
And I woke up and I started doing these spaces. And I've made some great friends along the way. Many of them are here right now. And, you know, some of them just don't come during the daytime, so we don't see them as much. But I've made some great friends along the way. I've never met any of them, but we all like-minded, and we get together in front porch. Janet, she does her thing with YouTube and all her channels. I don't know if you ever followed Janet from Another Planet, but
yeah,
she's an icon over there on YouTube and all.
Yep.
And Miles, he'll host spaces. Michael used to host spaces. I mean, there's a ton of space hosts that hang out with us along the way, and we're singing the same song you are. So
Well,
go ahead, Cap. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I appreciate it. All I'm saying is this. I'm going to close out with this. Okay. You love this country because you know what this country represents. Okay. It is the freest country in the world. It's the most unique country in this world. This country falls, everything falls like dominoes. Just keep that in mind. We as citizens, we the people, patriots, you want to preserve the republic, you need to get involved a lot. And there's going to be threats against you. There's going to be all kinds. This is what they do. Look just before the Civil War, all the rhetoric that went on. I mean, they've been trying to tear this down for a long time, and it's been one party in general. And then when you did have the face of the party at one time who was trying to do the right thing, they assassinated him. So there's a lot of evil in this world, people. There really is. And right now,
Did we lose them, or is it me?
It's you.
Yeah, I'm still here. There's a lot of evil in this world. And y'all better believe that. And to me, it's no longer about Democrat and Republican. It's about good and evil.
American?
You know?
Did we lose them?
I don't think, can you hear me, Michael?
I just dropped him and brought him back
I was
up.
gonna say, I don't think he can hear you either.
Yeah, I brought him back
But,
up. That's a spacious deal.
So just to land the plane real quick, it's again, you want this republic to succeed. There has to be a lot of changes, and everybody needs to invest in the republic. They're allowing illegals in here. They're allowing you got Muslims in here who have no business being here. Radical Muslims. If you're a Muslim and I don't know, I just can't see that religion. Just reading about it, I don't see anything peaceful about it. All right, especially when they condone having sex with 9-year-old girls. You got to be kidding me. Where's I don't see anything holy about that. It's a Luciferian cult. And I will say it, and I've said it right to the face of Muslims. I said, y'all are delusional. They didn't like it, but tough. It's too bad. I'm going to speak my mind. It's my First Amendment right. This nation was found on the Bible and on God, and everybody in here knows it. This is a Christian nation. It's also the beacon of Christianity right now. We fall, everybody falls. And I'll land it there.
All right. Thank you, Cap. Good stuff. Good stuff. Jane, welcome in. I hope you remember.
Oh, you know me. It gets harder as I get older, but thank God for coffee. So I was going to bring up Scavino posted today. I don't know if it's already come up or not, but I watched Scavino's post pretty closely, and he posted today on his private account about 5 years ago today, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and he put that up in two different forms. One was when President was being told, and he was doing that little impromptu interview on the tarmac at night, and the other one was a photograph from inside of Air Force One, where they're all talking at a table, and the TV screen has about her death on it. So there's a lot of communications that come from Scavino. So I think something's coming with the Supreme Court. I'm not saying somebody's going to die, but something significant from the Supreme Court, I think, is coming in the next week or so. Scavino's, when he does do a comm like that, they're generally within about 14 days. So I thought that was interesting, and it may be nothing. As per my usual, I am willing to be wrong. So, please don't hold me to account that I've predicted something and it failed. But it's an observation. The second thing is, it was very interesting yesterday when President Trump was flying back from England, and he was on Air Force One, and he did a brief press gaggle like he usually does. And a reporter asked him a question about Antifa. And he started to answer it, and then he looked at the reporter and he said, "Who are you with?" And she said, "NPR." And he said, "Are you affiliated, or is that affiliated with Antifa?" And she said, "No." And he said, "Okay, we'll find out." I think we're going to find out that Antifa has been affiliated with more than one government agency, because NPR is National Public Radio. Our tax dollars went to that for decades. And it was supported by private foundations and blah, blah, blah. We're going to find out that more than one media operation has been in the pockets of and in the service of NPR, of Antifa. I'm sorry, I apologize. And they've been trying to push this whole Antifa is not an organization, it is an idea. Well, yesterday, the Netherlands, which is a different country than the US, proclaimed Antifa a terrorist organization, which means that Antifa is international. It can be taken by law now, international law, as an organization, because a nation state has said this is an organization and we are calling them a terrorist organization. They don't have to be tied to another nation state, although I think they probably are, several. But so now there's been a lot of talk about, well, he can't just say Antifa is a terrorist organization and it's a bunch of kids in Portland or whatever. That kind of shoots it down, because it is now has been proclaimed that by another country. And I think that was part of, the things he was talking about with people over in Europe, because we know he wasn't just talking to the king and smiling at Camilla or whatever. So I think that that's going to get very interesting, the whole Antifa thing and what's going on with the media. Jimmy Kimmel is not going to go away, because the left has decided that he is some kind of a scapegoat and they've got to bow down at his feet or whatever. But he's just going to make them look more like a fool. I just think that these little things that are happening, these little things that are just kind of popping up, are things to watch, because as if you're ever like looking at a lake or at the ocean, and the water's really still, and then all of a sudden you see a bunch of little things popping at the surface, it's not still. There's a big school of fish under there, and there's probably a big fish going after the little fish. So I think what we're seeing is those little pops at the surface, and I think the big fish are going after the little fish. And I thought it was very interesting when he asked her directly if NPR was affiliated with Antifa, and I'll land it there.
All right, here's what she's talking about, guys. Trump is walking off the plane, and here's the interaction.
She just died? Wow. I didn't know that. I just, you're telling me now for the first time. She led an amazing life. What else can you say? She was an amazing woman. Whether you agreed or not, she was an amazing woman who led an amazing life. I'm actually sad to hear that. I am sad to hear that. Thank you very much.
And then the attachment is a picture of Trump meeting with people on Air Force One before this. And that caption is Fox News saying that Ruth Bader Ginsburg had already died. So did he see that? I don't know. But Scafino posted that straight up. So interesting. Go ahead, Miles.
Yeah, the history of Antifa or Antifa. So during World War II, there was a guy, I can't remember his name, but he was a butcher, and he was from the Ukraine, and he hated communism, hated the Bolsheviks. So they said, well, yeah, let's get this guy on our side. And even the SS had to get rid of this guy because he was, from that region, and we know that the Cossacks came from that region. They're just, he was killing everybody. And so they had to get rid of him, but that's where Antifa came from, the Ukraine. And as far as the UK, if you have done some research, you probably know that these people are frauds that are holding the crown. They're from Germany, the Windsors. And if you look at Trump's bloodline with his mother from Scotland, Trump's got more rights to be the king of England than these people that are, supposedly holding the crown. And maybe trying to show us that. I don't know what's really going on over there. But it's interesting. Do you guys remember when I was talking about signature reduction? How long ago I was talking about that? It was kind of a long time ago, right? And what it's all about, what they do. I'm seeing podcast after podcast after podcast of them bringing up signature reduction. And so it's like, okay, we had to wait like a year before you guys start talking about it, but at least you're talking about it. And it's amazing what they can do. And it includes fake assassinations and everything. And they even go into how do you get someone in the program from 0 to 10 years old, how you set up fake documents, and these people lead double lives. It's a spy network. But what did I say in the beginning? That's why when he came down the elevator, Trump was going to get his hands on signature reduction, because I couldn't think of anything. I was over and over, like, what are they afraid of? They were scared to death that he was going to get his hands onto something and that they couldn't control it. And now they're all talking about this operation with 60,000 people. It's a 60,000 man army plus us. We're part of it, guys. We're the keyboard warriors. And
all right, go ahead, Janet.
Yeah, I just wanted to add the fact that I believe, and I sometimes do this, but like when I said that Biden wouldn't be running for president against Trump, and I was right, and nobody believed me and made fun of me. But I just knew he was too much of a zombie. I believe that this whole thing with Antifa, the angle that they're going at, because they have dug up tons of evidence of where the money comes from and followed the trails. This is their way of going after George Soros. So I'm just waiting. I'm trying to be patient about it. I'm not going to rant and rave about the whole thing like people do with the Epstein stuff, and wait my turn, because I do believe that is what they're doing. And I can't wait. It's going to be a wonderful day when that does happen. That's what I wanted to add. Thank you for letting me speak.
All right. Oh, hey, Janet, real quick. Is this live on your channel now? Is that what it is?
Yes, sir. And then anybody will be able to get the link and share it. Yeah. Anybody will be able to share the link and everything later on if they want to go back and revisit what was going on and read the actual chat that was going on, stuff like that.
Awesome. Awesome. Good stuff. Thank you. Let's see. I believe it's Michael and then Individe.
All right. So, Miles kind of mentioned something, and I just wanted to add a little to that. And American, if you want to dig up the audio on this, I'm sure you have it. When he was on Air Force One coming back from his meeting over there in the UK. They were asking him about the dinner and everything else, and they asked him about the mayor of London. And the funny part about it is Donald Trump said, "Yeah, I didn't want him there. I don't like him." All right, so here we have our president of the United States determining who is not going to be attending the dinner. Who has that power? I find it interesting that he specifically outed this guy, saying he's bad news for Europe, he's bad news for London, and he absolutely didn't want him at that dinner, and that's why he wasn't there. And that says a lot. And if you want to get into genetics and royalty, yeah, let's look at Melania. She has royal blood. So we'll leave it there.
Okay. Good
Hey,
stuff.
American, can I follow up on something what Michael said?
Yeah.
Guys, when the fake crown goes into London, they have to bow to the mayor of London because of the financials. And that's changed. If Trump can go in there and say, yeah, I'm and it's really weird. If you look at, I know I don't want to say this, but there's some comms out there that Trump is the exchequer. Do you know what that means? Anybody what the exchequer is?
Stop doing that, Miles. Come on.
It's part of the financial stuff.
It's the person that makes decisions about all finance in England. That's the
right.
The exchequer.
Correct. So something's going on that we don't see. So just pay attention. I mean, no one's ever been invited to go see the king twice, and every time they go there, it's like Trump is talking to the royal guard, and it's just weird, man. Putting them in the carriage and stuff like that. So I don't know what's going on there, but Michael brings up a good point that normally the mayor of London's got more power than the crown. That's not so right now.
Hey, I'm gonna let Individe speak, but I have about 8 minutes. It's down in the bubble chat. Been there all day, with a guy describing what he saw, and he's British. Go ahead, Individe.
Hey, how's it going? Hope you're all having a good Friday. Yeah, I had to come up here. The Antifa thing, I don't really get that because can't they just change their name to something else? And it makes me think, it's like, look at all these left-wing radical organizations in the United States. It's not just Antifa. So are we going to ban all of them? Black Lives Matter. What about the Sunrise Movement? Right? There are some radical wings in this country, with left-wing ideologies that I think are more extreme than Antifa. But if we're going to pluck it out like that, then like, how far does this go? Do you just start banning every organization? And again, can't they just change their name?
Well, I want to jump in real quick.
Threat, yeah.
I was going to say, all they have to do legally is track the money. Okay. Now, if they track the money and they find out that the money also went to Black Lives Matter, any of these other groups of people, then that they can pull them down. See, so they had to go with, when any court, you have to go with the strongest evidence you have, whether that's DNA, a bullet fragment, whatever it is. You go from that and you build a case around it. So that's what I'm seeing from just paying attention and trying to read, listen to stuff. You have to push away the rhetoric and try to go back to the facts. And from the facts, they have tons and tons of information on Antifa, because they've got huge heads and they blast their point of view everywhere they go. And I also know, have you guys seen little snippets saying something casting, this is so casting, that casting? You've seen all of this popping up here and there. It's because way back when I first started doing spaces, I would tell people, go to Craigslist and some other places, and you'll see them. They're looking for big, giant, bald men with tattoos. They're making little commercials and doing things to put on the news to make it look like this group of the Proud Boys or whatever were doing things. I had friends that were doing live streams during COVID saying the news was showing all these people, these emergency rooms packed with people dying and coughing and laying on the floor. And there was cars backed up in the parking lot. So they take their live stream camera or their phone to that hospital and walk around and live stream and said, there's no cars here. There's a few, and there's like 5 people in the emergency room. So it was all fake. They were faking it to push you to think that you're going to die. So you'd wear a mask and do what you're told. That's what I'm saying. We have to be patient. This stuff will come out. It's just that they have to do it the right way to make sure it sticks. Because anything that Trump does, they're going to push and say, see, he's trying to be a king. He's pushing his narrative, blah, 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 blah. They're going to make up whatever shit. So he's trying to just say when he's asked a question, answer it. But let his people that he's put in place do their damn jobs. And we just have to, I know it sucks because we've been waiting for so long. It feels like half our lives for answers and for people to be punished. But I want, when they put somebody behind bars and they take them to court, I want it to stick. I don't want to say, well, he got off on a technicality because some idiot was leaking shit where they shouldn't have, stuff like that. So we have to stay diligent and stick with the facts and back this president, because this is the only president I've ever seen in my lifetime that has gone this deep and has been as open and honest as possible. And yeah, sometimes he trolls, but guess what? I'm enjoying the troll because it's about damn time. That's how I feel. Sorry. I'll shut up now.
Well, if I could just finish my
Go ahead.
last
I'm
point
sorry.
on that. No. I love that. Everything you said, I agree with it. My problem is, and this is the point, what I'm pointing out here is that it's almost as if he's trying to ban an ideology. And that's where this can become a slippery slope. That's the angle that I'm taking on this, because there is no leader. You can't point to the head of Antifa, right? So technically, no one knows who runs this, and is it an organization? Not on paper. I mean, I don't know if they have like any corporate filings or anything like that. I haven't looked it up, but that's what I'm getting at, is that if you just start banning these things, then you got to keep going. You can't just ban one, because we know what happened with Black Lives Matter in 2020. We know what happened with the Sunrise Movement. These people are very radical, and there's a lot of organization. It's not just Antifa. And really, can you even call Antifa an organization? You can't
Well,
really say who's in charge of it.
if you stop the money, you stop them. That's how they're looking at it. Sorry, I'm sorry, American.
No, that's good. That's good. But here's what I want to say. Declaring them a terrorist organization gets a much bigger toolbox on the case. More resources are able to, quote, focus on the thing. That's the way I see it. I think I'm right, but I'm just.
I mean, if they open up legislation and start legislating on banning organizations like Antifa, for example, then what makes them stopping them from banning like the Hell's Angels next?
It's possible.
That's what I'm saying. I don't want legislation in on that.
I'm with you, but
or turning.
Oh, hang on. I think much like what he did in D.C., or he chose one city, and if you remember, he goes, "It's an experiment. We're doing an experiment," and guess what? It worked. So now, I believe the focus right now is Memphis. Now, Antifa, there's your experiment. We know they're a problem. They've been an issue. We've seen the videos of them burning stuff and all the things they do. So let's get them in the crosshairs, and then who else is a problem? And take the same tactic to the next group, the next group, the next group, and it also gives people time to focus on one thing, all the things Antifa's done, and then all the things BLM's done, and then so on and so on. So that's the way I look at it. Now, I'm just an old guy who reads a lot, but hey, that's the way I see it. Go ahead, Jane.
Hey, yeah, thank you. Back with the Antifa and the NPR thing. So NPR has a huge number of foundations that give big money to it for its programming, which is it's always been pretty left leaning. But in the foundations that have given, some that come to the top of my head, Archer Daniels Midland, which is Bayer and Monsanto and a couple of others, kind of all conglomerated together. And they used to call themselves the supermarket to the world, and they own patents on seeds internationally for all sorts of crops, all sorts of food crops. They patent the seed, so you can't grow it without their patented seed in some places. So that's one. The Ford Foundation, which Henry Ford would probably turn over in his grave if he knew his money was going to communism, but Ford Foundation. The MacArthur Foundation, and it's some old robber baron from California and his wife, and they left a huge endowment of money, and that's going to NPR. Soros and Rockefeller. So any of those foundations that are tied to those huge estates, those huge endowments that are found to be tied to Antifa, that put those endowments in those estates into the crosshairs of the federal government, of the Treasury. So that's one thing, and that's you have to stop funding them to stop having them show up. Antifa also has the whole history in Washington and Oregon and stuff like that, and the sort of buried history of starting in the Ukraine and Nazi Germany. But Antifa, even if you just consider the little cells in the Portland area, Rose City Antifa sent busloads of people to Minneapolis, to what's that city in Missouri, down by St. Louis, where the riots happened. They sent busloads of people down to Texas. They had their own catering group, Rock Ribs Catering, that sent their vans out, and it was all Antifa staffed. They had training camps in Oregon and in Washington State. They had people trained to give medical assistance, and the medical assistance they would give to their own was very different than the medical assistance they would give to their victims. Their victims, if they were unconscious, they would sit them up so that they wouldn't get good blood flow to their brain. They would do things to hurt these people further. So Antifa is not just an idea; it's intra-state and it's international, and it's tied to very big foundations. And if they can track that money down, I think they're going to bring down a very interesting section of society, of high society. Possibly a lot of the people that were sitting at that table the other night in England. So I'll rest that little plane there, but it's very interesting how that all just kind of bubbling under the surface. We're not seeing what we're not seeing. I think is big right now with all. And we're also seeing more and more calls right now to get rid of Pam Bondi, get rid of Cash Patel, get rid of Dan Bongino, get rid of these people, and remove them in the middle of doing these investigations, in the middle of doing these, setting up these indictments and stuff. You delay everything. So that is another delay tactic of the rhinos. Watch the Republicans that are calling for this stuff. Watch them carefully, and watch the influencers that are calling for this stuff. I think that there's so much manipulation, but if you can just still your mind a little bit and just look at where we've come in the last 10 years, it's remarkable. It really is. And I'll land my plane there.
Yeah, for them to have 100-year head start, and we've done what we've done in this period of time. Wow. Yeah, very, very interesting. Very. Let's go to see.
I want to add to what Jane was saying.
I got about 30 minutes. I got 30 minutes left, guys. So
okay, I want to add to what Jane was saying.
Okay.
So Jonathan was in our space the other day, and Jonathan, Blondie, and I were watching a whole bunch of stuff. Definitely the Summer of Love, and then we started doing research. Brennan brought over 4,500 people from the Ukraine, and they were settled in Washington State, I think, because they were up by Seattle, and they were Antifa from the Ukraine. And so we went and did more research about the Maidan revolution and the color revolution that happened, which our State Department set up over there. And so when Jonathan was saying, this is headed for a civil war, and I said, Jonathan, no, you're using the wrong word. It is a color revolution, like the Maidan. And then he agreed with me. Oh, yeah, I forgot. We were watching all that. So they brought this over from the Ukraine, and it's just really interesting that a lot of us were watching on J6 because they wanted to start it on J6. There was orange armbands. There were so many different operations on J6 that was hard to keep track of, who's the good guys, who's the bad guys. But there was pictures taken with the guy with the horns and this other guy that was, he was from the Ukraine. He was from the Azov battalion. So the Azov were involved in J6. So yeah, we've been fighting this battle for a long time, and I'm just glad that some of us were really paying attention, before people started to wake up with the COVID and look, the Summer of Love kind of really woke us up, especially in Minneapolis with George Floyd. So I'm just glad that I was was paying attention back then. Took a lot of time, guys, to watch all this stuff. I'm telling you, but it's well worth it that I know a lot about what was happening back then.
All right, let's see, Janet, and then we'll go to Michael.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in also with what Miles was just claiming too. The thing is, I really do believe they're going after George Soros, the money that he has and where he's put it in. So that's even his son, anyone that's connected to the money that was behind George Soros. That's what I believe. But I think most of this so-called rhetoric that you're hearing, oh, we got to get rid of Pam Bondi, you got to get rid of Kash Patel, they all suck, they're not doing their job, Hegseth's a crook, all this bad rhetoric. I'm not really hearing it a lot from the left. I'm hearing it from DeSantis followers. They had all these spaces bashing Trump 24/7 all day long. Trump, the Jews. Trump's heads up the Jews' ass. Trump's owned by the Jews. He's compromised. I've gotten a couple shows back. I did a show on Thursday night, and I had 3 people that came in my chat, and they were telling me how stupid I was because I basically am sucking Trump's dick and all that shit. I mean, nasty people. And I was in tears by the end of the show, but I didn't falter. I didn't give up because I do believe that Trump loves this country. I'm not saying he's perfect. I'm not saying I don't think he's made mistakes, because I do believe he's made mistakes. He's a human being, and every freaking person on this planet is not perfect. The only person that ever walked this planet that was perfect was Jesus Christ. Period. And I said that during my show. People will ride your ass. They will harass you. They will try to throw you out in the street. They will bully you because you're telling the truth. So as long as you can stand up to that and you hang with people that believe in you and are there for you to support you, you can make it, no matter how hard it is. I've lost my mother. I've lost other friends and family, not my mother, but the other friends of mine that I feel because of what this government has done to talk people into getting something against their will, which I did not. I've lost people, and there's a lot of them are very sick right now. Half my family got the jab. I'm dealing with a lot of things like that, but as of everyone else, every person I've talked to that's fighting for this country, fighting for their children, for their grandchildren, to save this country from itself, not from domestic, foreign entities. We're fighting the domestic terrorists. And that's why I'm loving what Trump's doing, because I'm trusting him enough to let his story unfold. He didn't get his first 4 years. They took that from him with COVID. Okay. And he took it from us. Okay. So we now have a second chance, and 2026 is coming up. And I really do believe in my gut, in my soul, that people are going to start going to jail before then, because they know that we are weary and that we have got to see somebody behind bars. I don't know who it's going to be. I think I said it was whatever, Comey. That's who I think is going to be the first one. I think I've said that before. I still believe that someone in that little area, that little clique right there, is going to be the first to be arrested. Now, we got to remember, it's going to take time for these people. But once they're arrested and publicly shamed, like they did to Trump and all Trump's followers that were behind him, our wonderful mayor from New York, who lost everything, he's still having to pay fines and people off because they raked him over. He lost his job. He's lost everything. People have sacrificed everything they have for this.
Rudy.
So we have to fight for our country and stand up for what we believe in. If you believe something, don't let someone bully you out of your beliefs. That's all I wanted to add. I'm sorry I went on a rant, but thank you so much.
I'm going to try to play something before I run out of time here. So.
All right, so I took some notes, 3 items up for bid. Don't know which one I want to go to first. All right, first, I'm going to go backwards here. So Jane, yeah, I saw this Rogan interview, and I think he was talking with this lady, Jensen, or I can't remember her name. Anyways, she was. Because the people jab only got once or twice, and Antifa as a terrorist organization to go after him. And then one of the other things I wanted to talk about was I think there was a law that was it LA or something like that. Anyways, they were trying to prevent ICE from wearing masks, and you know, I am actually for that. I don't think anybody should be wearing masks. I don't think law enforcement should be wearing masks. I'm actually for that. But, you know, I have to look back during COVID. We had people going into banks wearing masks, and I was like, what? So yeah, I'm not into this whole mask thing, but it was weird how, you know, during this time, and I'm starting to see, was it Oregon even is now asking people to go back to wearing masks, and I just have to want to slap people when I see them wearing masks, thinking, okay, you haven't done any research at all, right? You do realize your mask isn't going to stop a virus, right? I mean, just to let you know, what it will do though is increase the amount of carbon dioxide, you know, the lesser oxygen to your body. And you do realize oxygen is a huge portion of people, whether they get cancer or not, because the lower oxygen levels you have in your body, the higher risk of cancer you have. So wearing a mask increases the chances of you getting cancer. And you know, I just think that the whole mask debate on whether or not ICE should be wearing masks or not, I do believe they shouldn't be wearing masks. But then on the other hand, I don't think anybody wearing masks. So if you're going to make a law against masks, I think it shouldn't just be against law enforcement. I think it should be everyone shouldn't be wearing any mask, especially in a bank. Thanks.
All right, Jane, you're it.
Okay, so I'll take that slightly backwards. The mask thing for the officers, the ICE officers, the Homeland Security officers, etc. I consider that to be part of the protective gear because they are being doxxed and people are following them to their families. And I think that we are sitting on a tinderbox. I don't like the masks either. I've never liked the masks. I don't think that people should be wearing masks. I think it dehumanizes us. It takes away probably 80 to 90% of communication because facial expressions often show far more than words do. And you can speak to somebody without words across a room. We've all done it. So the masks shouldn't be part of anything except for protective gear. And for that reason, I support the ICE agents wearing masks. I don't want somebody outing an ICE agent, following them to their home and killing them. I don't support anybody outing an ICE agent and following them on a date in New York City and then attacking them in Central Park in the middle of the night, like happened about a month and a half ago. And we've all forgotten about it already because that agent was doxxed. So that leaves that. And Janet, when you talked about the DeSantis supporters, 100% correct. And there's a reason that Trump has always called DeSantis the sanctimonious. He doesn't like him. He supported him for governor, but look what DeSantis was running against. The guy that was laying in his own puke with drugs all around him, naked. So it wasn't like it was a great choice that Trump had to endorse. But DeSantis supporters, there's something wrong with them. And they're not just rhinos. It's being rhinos. There's a little bit of a malicious intent there. And they want to hide and say we're America first, but they do not have good intent for America, for us. I just don't believe it. I can't give you facts or figures, but I can tell you that is what I sense from them, and it's what I've seen. The people that are calling for Bondi, calling for RFK on the Republican side, that are calling for all of these people, are people that very, very largely supported DeSantis. And I'll land my plane there. And it's been a great space. Thank you.
Hey, Jane, you forgot to mention the high-heeled shoes.
Well, yeah, but I mean, he's been wearing lifts for how many years? Because he's a jealous little man. And we can talk about shoe size and we can talk about other sizes because he's got tiny hands.
Oh, no. We ain't going to talk about that. We ain't going to talk about that.
I'll leave it there.
Come on, girl. All right. Brad, welcome in.
Hey, man, thanks for having me. Israel is the same as the United States of America. We got a lot of bad actors in the government. But did you guys see that says we stand with Israel? Have you guys seen that?
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. It's actually on their license plate. Yeah. The Israeli flag is part of their license plate. I think it's down there. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I come in late.
Hey, no worries, man. No worries. No, most folks can't hang around as long as most of us. So,
yes, sir.
No worries. Let's see. Cap, you had your hand up. You put it down. So was that covered?
Well, Jane basically said everything I was about to say. The ICE agents, law enforcement, all you have to do is look at what goes on in Mexico with the cartels, with their law enforcement. Not that their law enforcement is as honorable as ours, but it's just for that. It's so they don't get identified. And what happened in Central Park, Jane's right. I mean, everybody's seemed to have forgotten about that. They're wearing the masks to protect their identities. It's that simple. They don't need people coming to their homes or following them home or following them anywhere. And then, with the anticipation of doing harm to them. So I agree with the mask in that context. As far as us wearing masks for this false sense of security, because the CDC and Fauci and all the other nuts that tried to convince us that wearing masks we're going to protect. It's the equivalent of grabbing a water balloon and throwing it through a fence. The masks don't do anything. Germs accumulate in them. Okay. It's just bad all the way around. But I agree with Jane. She was 100% right.
All right. Thank you there, Janet.
Yeah, I was just going to add the fact that you got to remember sometimes when cops are out there doing certain jobs, they need to wear the masks for protective gear. That is why they have badge numbers. So if you have a problem with a police officer, take a picture of their badge, go to the department and put out your reason why you're angry, and give them the badge number, the person that did whatever. They will help you get whatever information you need to know. But for the protection of a police officer, and I do believe that they should be able to wear masks depending on the situation. But I never hardly ever wore a mask. I only wore a couple times, and that was when I had to go to the doctor's office or something like that to make the people that were in there sick feel a little better. But I did not get the jab, and I never had COVID, and I have a blood test to prove that. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
All right. Boy, I love some of those costumes you wear in the nighttime, though. That's fun stuff. Fun stuff. Michael.
I'm going to fight back. No, I do not agree with a two-tier justice system. I do not want Antifa wearing masks, and I don't want our law enforcement wearing masks. If you can't say, well, our law enforcement can wear a mask, but Antifa can't, or thugs can't. No. We cannot have the two-tier justice system where they can do it, but we can't type of scenario. I am against that. If we make a law saying no mask, because I don't want people running around wearing masks committing crimes, okay? And I don't want people running around in masks fighting crimes. I'm against the mask. I respect 100% our law enforcement. And what we need to do is if anybody goes against our law enforcement or doxes our law enforcement, we need to hold them accountable. That's been the problem. We have not been holding criminals accountable. We've not been doing that. And we need to do that. So we need to have our law enforcement protected by our court systems, making sure that these people, when they go to jail, they stay in jail if they've done hideous crimes. And I do not like it. Oh, well, they can do it, but they can't do it. I am not for that. And again, I respect our law enforcement. But if you respect your law enforcement, you need to make sure that our court systems side with law enforcement when they do their job, and that we protect our law enforcement through our court system, not by mask. Again, that's my.
All right. Good stuff. Go ahead, Fed Up.
Yeah, well, a situation like that, I don't see that as a two-tier justice system. Certain jobs have certain requirements or certain things they can or can't do because of either the dangers of that job, licenses for that job. I mean, it's not a two-tier justice system that there are certain chemicals only a trained hairdresser can go in, or like my wife had to show her IMICA certification to buy certain refrigerants for cars. That's not a two-tier justice system. There's just rules. Certain jobs have certain things they can or can't do because of the job. And some of those are based on the dangers of that job. And with police, when they're going in this, and something that doesn't get mentioned, my wife brought this up. What's one of the things these people love to do? They love to spit on people. So those masks, especially if they line them, it gives them some protection against that. It gives them protection against them trying to gouge their eyes. It gives them, it's not just a hiding their identity. There's actually a protective thing there as well that we know these people target. We've seen them do it. And so I don't see that as a two-tier justice system at all. If these cops are going out and doing a dangerous job, and if that is part of a allowed uniform, because as protective gear, whether you want to look at it as PPE or protective gear or things like that, that's perfectly acceptable. That's not two-tier justice. That's saying you're doing a dangerous job. You need to wear this to protect yourself.
Fed up though. There's a difference between
Hey, Michael. No. You
interrupt
didn't let me break in earlier. Yeah, you didn't let me break in earlier to clarify when you were going off about something I said. So,
Well, I thought you were done. I thought you were done.
No, I was in the middle of talking. No, but it's like, so do we? You're saying no mask? Do we ban tinted riot shields? Do we ban tinted they can't go out in their helmets with the visors that are tinted? Because that covers their face too. Oh, but wait a minute. That's for protection. That's the thing. They are doing a dangerous job, and there are certain things they have to wear as part of their gear as protection. That's different than saying random person X going out on the street can't wear a mask at a protest. That's, I'd say it's apples and oranges, but it's not. It's like cars and baseball bats. It's like it's nowhere even in the same realm.
All right, Fed Up's done. So let's go to Jane.
I don't see it as a two-tiered thing at all. I think as a nurse, I wore a mask when I was changing dressings. Some of it was to protect the patient. Some of it was to protect me from smelling some of the stuff that I would have had to smell. People wear masks for protection. Antifa is never going to obey the law about no masks. They're not going to obey the law about not spitting in somebody's face. They're not going to obey the law about not spraying human urine out of bottles into people's faces. They've done all of this stuff. They're not going to obey the law about not throwing acid into somebody's faces. And acid attacks were a big thing in Europe for a while. They're getting to be a little bit of a thing here, but they're being covered up in the news because it's a certain population that's doing the acid attacks. And they're generally from other countries and perhaps other faiths. But so it's not a two-tiered thing. If somebody's going to spit in my face or throw human urine in my face or throw human feces in my face or throw acid in my face, I'm going to wear protective gear. Antifa has also been notably known for a long time to use lasers to harm human vision and shine them into the eyes of officers to try to blind them. So I think that protective gear is reasonable. It's not two-tiered. And if you want to go out there without protective gear and act in that capacity, I would say that's probably your right, but you're probably not going to enjoy the experience because Antifa is not going to follow the rules. Neither is BLM, neither are the gangs in Chicago, neither is Tren de Agua. It's protective gear. And I'll leave it. I'm going to land my plane there. I'm going to drop to listener because I got to start my afternoon. And it's been good talking to y'all.
All right. Thank you, Jane. I'm going to give Michael, and I'm going to take over because I got to go. So, Michael?
All right. Sorry, Fed Up. Again, I had no intention of interrupting you. But so not against protective gear. If they're wearing riot helmets and shields and things of that nature for protection, I think yes, they law enforcement should have anything that they need to be able to protect themselves from that thing. I am not for protecting identity. That I am against. I'm against protecting identity. That's all I'm saying. If the whole purpose of a mask is to protect identity, then I'm against it. Whether you're a criminal or whether you're law enforcement, protecting identity is not what I'm talking about. or excuse me, that is what I'm talking about. Now, like I said, riot gear and things of that nature, all for it. If that's a part of what they need to protect themselves for protection, I am all for it. But identity, no. Hiding identity is not okay in my book, either or, whether you're a criminal or whether you're law enforcement. That's not where I that's the two-tiered that I'm talking about, not the protective stuff.
All right. I just want to remind everybody where all this started. You know, Trump was elected first time. He beat Hillary. And here's a part of his inauguration speech that kind of spells out what was going on previous to him.
Today's ceremony, however, has very special meaning. Today, we are not merely transferring power from one administration to another or from one party to another, but we are transferring power from Washington, D.C. and giving it back to you, the people. Long, a small group in our nation's capital has reaped the rewards of government while the people have borne the cost.
All right. So he's pointing out a small group in Washington reaping all the benefits of our great nation and the people bearing the cost. You look at the elites who are made so much money during COVID. Well, it's by design. I mean, come on. You shut down churches, but you left open, you know, nightclubs were open. You know, like Gavin Newsom actually had his own night where he went out to dinner at restaurants, but were banned from doing that. Were arrested if they did that. That's what we're pointing out here, guys. Now, I'm going to go back to 1965, I believe it is. I played this earlier, miles a minute, but here's Paul Harvey telling us what was going to happen. How many years later? 65. So that's 45, 50, 60 years. Okay.
If I were the Prince of Darkness, I'd want to engulf the whole world in darkness. And I'd third of its real estate and 4/5 of its population, but I wouldn't be happy until I had seized the ripest apple on the tree. So I set about, however necessary, to take over the United States. I subvert the churches first. I begin with a campaign of whispers. With the wisdom of a serpent, I would whisper to you as I whispered to Eve. Would you please? To the young, I would whisper that the Bible was a myth. I would convince them that man created God instead of the other way around. I would confide that what's bad is good and what's good is square. And the old, I would teach to pray after me, which are Washington. And then I'd get organized. I'd educate authors and make lurid literature exciting so that anything else would appear dull and uninteresting. Threaten TV with dirtier movies, vice versa. I sell narcotics to my good. I sell alcohol to ladies and gentlemen of distinction. I tranquilize the rest with pills. If I were the devil, I'd soon have families at war with themselves, churches at war with themselves, and nations at war with themselves. Until each in its turn was consumed. And with promises of higher ratings, I'd have mesmerizing media fanning the flame. If I were the devil, I would encourage schools to refine young intellects. But neglect the discipline emotions, just let those run wild. Until before you knew it, you dogs and metal detectors at every schoolhouse door. Within a decade, I'd have overflowing. I'd have judges promoting pornography. Soon I convict God from the courthouse, then from the schoolhouse, and then from the houses of Congress. And in his own churches, I would substitute psychology for religion and deify science. I would free priests and pastors into misusing boys and girls and church money. If I were to make the symbol of evil of possible, if I were the devil, I'd take from those who have and give to those who want it until I had killed the incentive of the ambitious. What'll you bet? I could get whole states to promote gambling as the way to get rich. I would caution against extremes in hard work, in patriotism, in moral conduct. I would convince the young that marriage is old-fashioned, that smoking is more fun, that what you see on TV is the way to be. And thus I could undress you in public and could lure you into bed with diseases for which there is no cure. In other words, if I were the devil, well, I'd just keep right on doing what he's doing.
And that was in 1965. What you got, Miles?
I hate it when I have to agree with Michael, but when he was talking about hiding your identity with a mask, I have to agree with him. The guy that was wearing a mask and hiding his identity playing Biden for 4 years. So I agree with him. American, I've got a song if you don't have one.
Okay. Actually, I got something else here I want to play. Guys, I don't think I ran into this. Part of just things you see, and it's hard to unsee. But as Trump was leaving the White House after that first term, here's what he said.
These are corrupt politicians, fake news, the Tonys, the world, all of that things went on. Swamp. You know what happened? And you know what I did? A big favor. I caught the swamp. I caught them all. Let's see what happens. Nobody else could have done that but me. I caught all of this corruption that was going on, and nobody else could have done it.
All right, so he was telling us he had all the corruption. He had them all. And then I ran into this, which is interesting. This just popped up on my feed, and I never saw anybody else talk or do anything with this. But I put it out there a few times.
Wake up! Wake up, wake up, wake up! Up you wake, up you wake, up you wake, up you wake!
The face of truth is open, the eyes of truth upright. The truth are ever closed, the head of truth is upright. The gaze of truth is straight. Truth has neither fear nor truth has patience to wait. The voice of truth is deep. The law of truth is simple. All you soul you. The heart of truth is warm. The mind of truth is clear and firm. Truth and storm. Facts are only its shadow. Truth stands up in all sin. Great people die that fight. Truth can kill you. We're gonna find love. The same sort made it never hold us back. We're gonna rip off. Sometimes fake news and me attack. And we wanna be shining the light. We can't forget. eternal, immortal is its past. Power of truth shall endure, truth shall hold to the last.
You introduced evidence into investigation. We are going to hear about it.
Hear me. Hmm.
Bring it on.
Is it Leonard Skinner?
Captain and Tennille.
I'm here. I forgot to. You ready?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Whoop, we do that.
That's a good song too.
When I heard the tragic news, I said, oh, I wonder who it was. And then all of a sudden, this
Here we got a cardinal talking about Charles.
This overwhelming sense of sorrow and kind of renewal. I got to learn about this guy. And the more I learned about him, I thought, this guy's a modern day. He was a missionary. He's an evangelist. He's a hero. He's one, I think, that knew what Jesus meant when he said the truth will set you free. And to do it, I understand he was pretty blunt and he was pretty direct. He didn't try to avoid any controversy. He didn't try to avoid confrontation. The difference is the way, the mode, the style that he did it. Always respect. And not only was that a gracious, kind of virtuous thing to do, it's effective. Because when your opponents see, that kind of respects me. We kind of disagree here, but kind of enjoys me. And he's thanking me for being here. And he's telling me he appreciates the trust I have in him and sharing my views. I thought, this guy can teach us something. I've been spending the last week reading about him. And so last night, NYU Catholic Student Center, 100 students there. This is what they talked about. Wow. This is what they talked about. Sitting on my porch, waiting on that sunset to hear the coyote sing. The same routine, sweet tea in my cup, James Carolinas on the 6-string, picking a tune. Tracy's doing I'm skinning a coon. Dogs on the porch laid out by my feet, and everybody's hands starts popping to the beat. Cars drive by looking at me kind of funny. Just some old porch junkies ain't got no money. Crops in the backyard, chickens in the slingshot, shooting beer cans off that stump. And the black smoke coming from the smoker dinner time. Close yesterday's high and right on the post. Kick back, rocking chair, yeah, with the funky. That's the definition of an old porch junkie. I've been on my porch all day long.
guys, we got tomorrow. Osceola's going to be laid to rest. He's a great friend of ours. Good fun along with a lot of others. And we mourn Osceola. We need to be tomorrow. To be it's tough. They lost him too early. But his son, they've joined us before. And guys, what a guy. What a guy. Always had something. Always had something. And although I'm not going to go down there, I really wanted to. But anyway, guys, just keep them in your prayers. Front Porch Friday, usually around 9:30, 9:45 on Friday. And I'll be starting a Wednesday night thing. Ladies. It's called Ladies Night on the Front Porch. Probably about 6 to 8 on Eastern Standard Time. On Wednesday, we had a great time this past week. And Michael, we're not going to give you a mic. Michelle, and then she come join us. We'll hook you up. We'll hook her up.
But the problem is the time change. She has on Wednesdays until at least 5:30.
Well, I figured it out, man. Figured it out. So sorry about that, but yeah. Well, guys, it's been fun, and y'all have a good day. And remember, guys, Jesus is the only way. So, He's died for our sins. He has committed. Just keep that in mind, fellas. Thank y'all for here.
If you wear nice clothes, people think you're showing off. If you wear simple clothes, people think you're poor. If you speak your mind, you're rude. If you stay quiet, then you're a coward. If you're successful, then you're arrogant. And if you're struggling, then you're lazy. You see, no matter what you do in life, people will always have something to say. So ignore people and their opinions. Because so long as your God is pleased with you, who cares what people think?
He knows that this is much bigger than him. This is about the American people. They have no idea what they have unleashed. He was ready to go face the cameras and come out swinging.
What will future Americans say we did in our brief time here on Earth? It will be defined by your vision, your perseverance, and your grit. Nothing will sway us, nothing will slow us, and no one will ever stop us. We are Americans. Ambition is our heritage. Greatness is our birthright. And the future belongs to us.